Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and the racist Arabs are exterminating blacks in Sudan. We got to check on this genocide. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all, what the congressional black bootlickers and the bootleg love to talk about what's going on in Ukraine and Gaza and everywhere else, but right here. Everywhere else, but what's going on in Sudan? They call themselves African Americans. Let's dig into this story. Salute, family. They better start talking about this, what the racist Arabs are doing to black people in Sudan.
My brother, do you know what's happening in Sudan? Sudan? Do you know? I know it's complicated, right? It's very complex, but I'm going to try to break it down for you. One of the worst Gino is happening in Sudan, and the world is watching. And you haven't heard about this, but many black people are being unalived like goats and martins in Sudan. Lots of people are being unalived. And we need to talk about this very quickly. Basically, the Sudanese government has accused UAE of sponsoring Gino in their country. They're saying they are the reason why people are being unalived, because they are giving weapons to people that are unaliving black people. And guess what the ICJ has done? The ICJ say the UAE is not under their jurisdiction because they never signed the 1948 Convention against Gino. This is crazy stuff. You need to find out about this. Before we start, can I ask you to do this? Okay, let's do this, please. It costs you nothing. We feel appreciated. It's done. Great stuff. Let's find out about this. We are in Sudan. Sudan is right here. Sudan used to be the biggest country in Africa, but no more. It's now two different countries. There's Northern Sudan and Southern Sudan. The Northern Sudan is run by Arab-looking Africans, and the Southern Sudan is run by black people. Let's get back in time so we can understand. How did they fall out? What happened? Sudan got its independence in 1956 from the British and Egypt. Basically, Sudan has a population of Arabs in the north, Muslims, and in the southern is occupied by black people who are mostly Christian and sometimes animist and African believers. Now, after many years, there used to be people fighting against the government, people angry, unhappy. Sudan started seeing insurgencies and rebellions. What was the people complaining about? They were complaining about service delivery. They were mostly black people saying we are not being looked after. Basically, after independence, the government was run by Arabs, big institution by Arabs, hospitals, and every other thing. So in other words, the Sudanese government was only looking after the Arab-looking people in Sudan and not the black people. So the black people in Sudan felt neglected and abandoned. Therefore, they started claiming, saying, you need to look after us, or else we want to be separated, autonomous state. We want to run ourselves. Now, obviously, the Arabs didn't like that. I mean, a bunch of black people trying to act weird. Let's shut them up. And that's exactly what they did. So many groups of army by Arabs started shutting down the black people and beating them and unaliving them bad. So since 1956, we've seen a lot of rebels fighting for the very same cause, acting in a way that is very uniform. Their claim is you're not looking after us. Okay, you're basically taking care of Arab-looking people. You refuse to look after black people. Amongst the people that were beating and unaliving black people was a group named the Janjaweed. They were some of the most ruthless, dangerous people ever. They unalive as much black people without looking at color, age, gender, or anything. They basically did not just attack people with arms. They also attacked villages with specific black people, and they will unalive all of them. They will rape women and finish children. Now, I'm sure you heard the story about Darfur. This happened between 2003 and 2010. It was mayhem. A lot of people lost their lives. People talk about 400,000 people lost their lives, but other editions talk about millions of people. Obviously, you know, when they talk about a lesser number, you know which number is more accurate. Black people were tired, angry, sad in Sudan, in their own country, feeling that they were being treated like second-grade citizens. They asked for independence. They wanted secession. And in 2001, it was granted to them. After many of them were unalived, they created their own country, which is this one, South Sudan. Now, in 2013, you remember the group I spoke to you about, the Janjaweeds, were now formalized. They were not a rebel group anymore. The government acknowledged them. They were sponsored by the governments to continue doing the work they were doing. So let me just remind you here, even though the black people of Sudan created South Sudan, some other black people couldn't go into South Sudan because of their physical location, meaning South Sudan, it's geographically in the south of Sudan, but not all black people are in the south of Sudan. But the only place that's got independence was south of Sudan. So many other black people in Sudan remained in the north and other places. Now they continue to be persecuted. They unalive them like muttons. For what reason? The very same reason for which the black people in the south left. They were undermined, neglected, and underserviced. Back to 2013, the president was this man here, Omar al-Bashir. He had been in power since 1993. He was one of the most ruthless people against black people in Sudan. Now, al-Bashir took Janjaweed group of army and created what they call the RSF. The goal was very simple. Let's clean up the Janjaweed name because they've unalived too many people. They've done so much atrocity, and give it a bit of a formal name so people can forget about what they did in the past. And basically, after doing that, he did not understand that he created a parallel army. So the RSF became just as strong as the normal army because they received support and finances from the government. And on top of that, the RSF occupied many of the lands that got some of the goods of Sudan. Let me remind you here, Sudan is one of the biggest producers of gold. So the RSF occupied lands that was producing gold and mines, and they got used to that. As you would imagine, usually when you put somebody in a position of strength and they realize they can actually get rich through this, they start building an appetite to the things. Now, the RSF was led by this man, Muhammad Hamdan Dagalo, or else Ahmedi. We're going to call him Ahmedi. And the army was run by this man, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. So fellas, we got here two different group of people. The regular army that is run by this man, and the RSF, which is a ruthless private army by the president that is run by this one. Now, fast forward 2019, people in Sudan are very angry. We're talking about northern Sudan. They're not happy with the president anymore because of service delivery. Food is expensive. Things are not good at all. People went down the street shouting angrily against the president. Guess what happened next? Well, these two generals say, you know what? The president has actually been here for way too long. How about we overthrow him so we can get our own president? That's exactly what they did. They threw out Omar al-Bashir from power, and they remained in power. Now, the goal, remember, was let's throw him over and bring another civilian so he can be the president. Well, that goal fell short because both of these guys, both of these leaders, each of them wanted to be the leader. Now, RSF refused to become a sub-element of the army because they felt like we're so strong, we have weapons, we have mines, we have gold. Why do we have to subject ourselves to the army? Because if we subject ourselves to the army, then we're losing our power. Why do we need to do that? How about we take over? Now, they were fighting over power, and that is exactly what's happening right now. Now, remember, the RSF was formed by the Janjaweed, and the Janjaweed didn't just fight rebels. They attacked entire villages associated with Fur, Malasit, Zagawat ethnic group. These are black people in Sudan. So the Janjaweed unalived the black people. That was their goal, to shut them up. And the Janjaweed became the RSF. Remember, now, black people of Sudan, even though they have always been oppressed by the Sudanese government, they prefer the army than the Janjaweed. Why? Because even though the army is not nice to them, the army still needs to be accountable to world politics, to world's opinion. So if the army does wrong things to black people in Sudan, world can speak about that and the army will feel ashamed about it and try not to do it. The Janjaweed don't give a continental. They will unalive you like sheep. They don't care. They have accountability to nobody. So even though they were in both difficult situations, they still prefer the army to the Janjaweed. The Janjaweed campaign included mass killing, rape, forced displacement, leading to international condemnation and charges of genocide. Now, here comes the UAE. How is the UAE involved? Now, basically, the army is accusing the UAE of sponsoring the RSF that was created by the Janjaweed. So the army says the UAE is sending drones, weapons, Kalashnikovs, and intelligence services, that means satellite imagery, to the RSF. And by doing so, they're allowing the RSF to unalive as many civilians as possible. And that is the Gino they are participating into. Matter of fact, the Sudanese government accused UAE of actually sponsoring Colombian fighters to go fight against the government in Sudan. Now, you're probably asking yourself a question to know, why is the UAE involved? Why are they there? It's very simple. Sudan is the third biggest producer of gold in the world. So Sudan sends gold to the UAE, who is the biggest client. That's number one. So the UAE has invested tremendously into the gold in Sudan. And remember here, the mines of gold are right now controlled by the RSF, not the army. So the UAE will prefer dealing with the RSF directly, which is an unstable army, than dealing with the regular government. Because if you go to the regular government, then you have to fill in the papers, you have to pay the millions of dollars for the deal, as opposed to a bunch of people that put arms together. You can just drop them a couple of millions and you can have access to unlimited resources. So it's easier to deal with a disorganized bunch of killers than dealing with a structured army and government. The UAE has invested drastically on land, farmland in Sudan. Remember, the UAE is mostly desertic. Now, they need arable lands to have their farms, their food, and everything. The UAE imports 90% of their food, and a lot of that come from Sudan. Now, they don't want to deal with the army, the regular people. They want to deal with the RSF. That's their choice. Now, why are we talking about this? Because today, the RSF has taken control of El Fasher, the last major city in Darfur held by the Sudanese armed force. So they're gaining terrain. Okay, they're beating the army, they're beating the regular army, and they're taking terrain. And they have vowed to crush the army to the last. Now, remember, these are the people that used to be the Janjaweeds. Their goal was to unalive black people. They've unalived many, many of them. If they crush the army, what does that mean? They're going to crush everybody else who supports the army. And remember, black people of Sudan support the army because they prefer the army being the lesser of the...
What's so crazy that the African Union not doing shit about none of this. But this type of shit is the same reason why Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger was having the same thing, putting an Arabic black person in power and treating the Arabs better than they treating black people.
Of the evils than the other one. So just to finish up, there used to be many rebel fighters in Sudan, especially those in Darfur, South Kordofan, Blue Nile belong to black ethnic African group. These include the Fur, Malasit, and all of that. I think you understand a little bit where we're going. And people are not talking about this. They're talking about Gaza and everything else, which is great. But they're not talking about Sudan because black people are being unalive like muttons and goats. Nobody gives a continental about them. And right now, the UAE has banned Sudan from flying the aeroplane over there because they have interest. I want to know how you feel about
Baba, a Sudan researcher, to talk to us about the horrific events unfolding still in Sudan. And he may be able to tell me something about Nigeria too. Musab, very big welcome to you. For the first time, I think, to the mother of all talk shows. Very good to see you. Let's start, if we may, with Sudan. What is happening there and why?
Thank you very much, George. It's a pleasure to be with you on the show. Sudan has had a long cycle of wars, and basically the main kind of arc of history that kind of caused these wars was Sudan's kind of, a victim of geography, but also being kind of at the front lines between, the global south and, the global north. That was kind of the classical view of Sudan, that conflict between the East and the West, and Sudan kind of being caught in the middle. Back in the late 70s, there was a switch, that coincided with the introduction of kind of the neoliberal era of empire. And Sudanese leaders have had to toe that line between, you know, the U.S. policy and empire's policy, and looking elsewhere for allies. This changed when the Bashir regime came, and they tried to put on a facade of being independent, even though they were still working with the World Bank and everything. And before them, of course, Nimeri was pretty much, you know, the U.S. man in the region. But this then caused a lot of problems within Sudan, because these were autocratic regimes, but also ideological. You know, it's a very Arab-centric, government from the Bashir days. This then, you know, the reason South Sudan had such a long war is because they didn't want to be second-class citizens. This kind of spread then into the rest of Sudan, to the Nuba Mountains, into Darfur, where you started seeing rebellions happen because of the marginalization, because of the status as being second-class citizens. But a lot of this was in lockstep with kind of the larger U.S. policy. You know, if you remember, in the late 90s, Sudan was on the list of the 7 countries in 5 years. So that created even more pressure on the Bashir regime. And, you know, they kind of forced South Sudan, and a lot of it was by South Sudanese, you know, declaring their own independence. But it was also kind of pushed by Western countries to separate Sudan. The problems never got solved. You know, people remember the Darfur War in the 2000s. And people wonder kind of what happened to it, because there was, you know, the Save Darfur movement, and it was, you know, a little bit astroturfed, but the sentiment was real, the war was real, and the genocide was real at the time. But it was never resolved. There was no accountability. You know, the ICC, of course, indicted Bashir and everything, but it was just, you know, something to keep him more as a liability, rather than actually solving the problem itself. But essentially, during the Darfur War in the 2000s, the Janjaweed won the war because they had the support of the central government, and, you know, Bashir and the NCP and SAF actually incubated them. What made the problem even compounded was now how many foreign actors were actually supporting the RSF. So the European Union, in order to quell migration, actually did the Khartoum process in 2014 or 2015, and basically funneled arms and supplies to the RSF through the central government in Khartoum. So now you have this militia that was created by the Bashir regime and incubated by them, now strengthened by the European Union. The European Union say that they didn't support the RSF directly, but they supported the Bashir regime, which had the RSF as its main ground force in Darfur and all western points in Sudan. The Yemen war was also a huge problem, because it started militarizing not only within the RSF, but also the official army. You know, the Yemen war was seen as a cash cow for the most impoverished areas in Sudan. And basically, it made the RSF grow exponentially. The other issue was that, you know, in 2014, Sudan switched from kind of being allies with Iran and China and Russia, and it went exclusively into the fold of the Gulf Arab countries, specifically Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Egypt also was starting to play a very nefarious role in Sudan because of their problem, mainly with the Ethiopian dam, the GERD, and the clash over that. So Sudan externally has been kind of squeezed and broken by a larger neo-colonial, you know, order, which now sees countries like the UAE as being one of the cornerstones of the new Middle East kind of, you know, coalition and powerhouse. So when we talk about the multipolar world, now we have a central pole within the Middle East that actually has its own imperial ambitions. So this war actually came on the heels of, you know, there was the popular mass movement in 2018 and 2019 that removed Bashir. You know, this is the kind of the first time since Sudan's independence that you have a national consensus among different parts of Sudan and across different ethnicities and classes saying that they want democratic change. You know, the push for democracy was always, in a lot of African circles, is seen as a Western-backed kind of agenda. In this case, it was the opposite. You know, the people went out to the streets to remove Bashir after Bashir kind of folded to Western countries and started going and, you know, even talks about normalizing with Israel and everything. So the West was kind of seeing Sudan as being now playing fair and playing ball and, you know, playing its position. The movement in 2019 disrupted that and said, no, we want a sovereign country. We want our resources to be owned by Sudanese, because that's a big part of it. Oil, when South Sudan was still part of Sudan, you have livestock, gold, gum Arabic, agriculture is huge, you know, food security for the Middle East. So, and not to mention the Red Sea as well, having a long coast on the Red Sea and all of the conflict around the Red Sea from competing nations, you know, all from Russia all the way to the US. You have the UAE, Turkey, all kinds of countries wanting to set up shop along the Red Sea. So Sudan has a complicated past, but the kind of fascist nature of the Bashir regime for the past 30 years, and you could go back the past 40 years, along with Nimeri, have kind of led to this break within Sudan. And unfortunately, right now, with the RSF being unleashed on the population, you now have the possibility of a third split where Darfur and Kurdufan would split off from Sudan. There is a lot of pressure, of course, for, you know, the negotiations to happen between SAF and the RSF, but the human toll has been astronomically tragic. You know, the over 12 million people displaced from their homes. There's hundreds of thousands of deaths, although the real tally is unknown. But the Sudanese civilian has been paying the price for the past 30 or 40 years on this. And unfortunately, the more you are in the margins of Sudan and belong to indigenous groups in Sudan, you're carrying a heavier toll of these wars.
To what extent let's try to drill down on the ontology here. To what extent is it Arab versus African? To what extent, I mean, the conduct of the RSF this week has been like ISIS on steroids. But do they share the ISIS mentality as well as the modus operandi? And if they were to further partition Sudan and take these areas, what kind of state would that be?
So the identity issue is a huge issue that's kind of been, you know, a dark cloud over Sudan for a long time. And the Arab versus African dynamic is true, but it's much more complex than just, you know, ethnicities going against each other. You know, the RSF is made up of mainly nomadic tribes that are pastoralists and depend on grazing lands. You have most of the indigenous groups in Darfur. The non-Arab groups are agricultural groups. So then you have other issues like desertification. Pastoralists have to move further south, encroaching on farmers' land. So there is that dynamic that feeds into the existing kind of split between Arab and non-Arab. But this has been mainly pushed by the Bashir regime. The Arab-centric view of Sudan and the imposing of the identity and language and culture and everything has been something that the Bashir regime has kind of pushed and created this huge catastrophe since the days of South Sudan. So it's you know it's a bit complicated, but historically these groups have been living with each other side by side for thousands of years. You know, any issues that have to do with, you know, the economic issues of, you know, agriculturists and pastoralists were solved on a community level. You know, so it's definitely, you know, the headline is correct, but there's an asterisk next to it to kind of unpack the more complicated nature. Now, yes, within the context of violence and violence on communities and how ruthless, it is reminiscent of ISIS. But instead of you know, a hardline Islamist you know, ideology, it's a very tribal, you know, ideology. So you don't, you know, the state under an RSF governance would be a disaster, because not only is there the ideology, but also the nature of the outfit itself. It's originally a criminal outfit that was set up by Bashir to quell rebellions, and they didn't care what kind of tactics they were using. Burning of villages, raping of women, you know, displacement. This has been an ongoing saga for a long time in Sudan. And, you know, any non-Arab minorities within that fold, you know, we've seen what happened to the Masalit group in Western Darfur in June of 2023. And now we're seeing what's happening with Al-Fashir. And we as Sudanese, because we look at these videos, we see the rhetoric, we're listening to, you know, Facebook Live and Clubhouse and the kind of rhetoric that's there. And it's a racist, genocidal rhetoric that comes out. But, you know, the RSF didn't come up with this on their own. You know, this was also shared by a lot of the leadership within the Bashir regime.
And what exactly are these Arab Gulf countries doing meddling in this grisly stew? Are they in it for the gold or what?
So it's the main culprit over here is the UAE. You know, Egypt has a very nefarious role as far as kind of, you know, coercing Sudan to move away from civilian rule and, you know, wanting to influence Sudan and South Sudan. Egypt's ambitions are more contained within, you know, the Nile Valley and all the countries along the White Nile and the Blue Nile and things of that sort. But the UAE has a bigger footprint. You know, the UAE is truly the scarier ambitions, because it's not just Sudan. It's Sudan, it's South Sudan, it's Chad, it's their relationship with Addis Ababa and Ethiopia. It's working with countries like Kenya and Uganda, working with factions within Somalia, for example, supporting Puntland and Somalia.
And that's the problem I have with a lot of what's going on in Africa. They're stabbing each other in the back. And that's they stabbing the blacks in Sudan in the back. They have allowed those Arabs to rule over them like slave masters. And the Arab Union and I mean the African Union not doing shit. They ain't sending no troops to quell that. That's crazy, because they are corrupt, and the Europeans know it, and the Arab leaders know it. That's why it's so important for people to back Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, because they are breaking the backbone of that Arab genocide on blacks and Arab leaders trying to rule over black people in Africa.
And Somaliland, and kind of encouraging their kind of self-determination. So they're really playing a bigger role in Africa to kind of divide and conquer and gain access to a lot of resources. You know, they're involved in the Congo as well. When you go around on the continent, you're going to see those UAE fingerprints in a lot of countries, unfortunately. And I think it's because there's a void that's been left. You know, African countries usually used to look at the East and the West. They used to look at the US and European countries for partnerships, for funding, for, you know, these kind of issues. And they used to look to the East for partnerships as well. You know, classically, you know, back in the days with the USSR, but now, you know, with China. And now it seems like the military world order from the West, it's retracting. So this creates some kind of space within the continent for other so-called partners to come in. So the UAE kind of recognized this, and to what extent this is coordinated between them and Washington and Tel Aviv is also a question mark. But we know that there's a very strong connection there. Even when you look at 2023 and 2024, when Netanyahu would come to the UN, he would have this map of the new Middle East, where he would include the Gulf countries, Egypt and Sudan exclusively. And this kind of goes in line with pressuring Sudan, Washington pressuring Sudan to join the Abraham Accords, for example. So the UAE is not doing this as a rogue state by itself. It's part of a larger coordinated kind of pro-US Israel policy within the region. But the UAE is spearheading that not only in Sudan, but in the entire region. As far out, their role in Libya, they're far out as the Sahel countries and how they've supported more of the nefarious actors over there. So it's a huge problem, but we're used to the classic look of imperialism, but we kind of need to, switch our view a little bit to start looking at who are the new actors in this neo-colonial order on the continent. That's been really helpful, Musab. How can people follow you to take advantage of your wisdom on these matters? Are you on social media? How can people help your work? Well, there's my previous colleagues at the Ayin Network. I think that's, I was working there for a long time. And that's kind of the best repository of reporting and coverage from the ground on Sudan. So it's 3ayin.com. That's Ayin Network. And yeah, I would push people towards that and really appreciate this opportunity. George, I'm a fan of the show, and thank you for giving some attention to this huge tragedy that we have. The thanks are all due to you. You've cleared up many things. Thanks very much for joining us on the Mother of All Talk Shows. I hope we get
Sudan online.
والله العظيم لو بيدي انا حرام لا اخليكم ذكريات والله ولا تصيروا شيء ما بنفضكم.
Another sang taunting Sudanese civilians.
ابو لولو ابو لولو جاينكم ابو لولو جاينكم.
Abu Lulu, the RSF militia commander who bragged about killing over 2,000 civilians and filmed himself executing them. And a third.
بتبكون دم انتم ما تطولون شعره من محمد بن زايد شعره ما تطولونها.
As evidence of the RSF's massacres in Al Fasher emerges and UAE support for the paramilitary group continues, these influencers and seemingly bots have tried to shift the blame to the Sudanese army and away from the RSF war crimes. And some of these posts are extremely racist. One even replied to a post about the UAE exploiting Sudan's gold, saying monkeys don't have gold. One of the most vocal in this online campaign is Amjad Taha. He's UAE-based, positions himself as an analyst, and frequently appears on Western media. He has consistently linked Sudan's army to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, framing the Sudanese armed forces as the Hamas of Africa. This week, he shared images of two families, one an Israeli family, the other a Sudanese family, claiming both were victims of Muslim Brotherhood-led forces. In reality, Middle East Eye could not find any evidence that the Sudanese family was killed by the army. Following Taha, other Emirati and UAE-based influencers piled on, sharing Taha's video and calling the Sudanese army the Hamas of Africa. Then on Thursday, Two other Emiratis posted nearly identical statements condemning Iran's reaction to the UAE's role in Sudan, defending both the UAE and Israel, suggesting a coordinated effort. And it's not just Emiratis. Israeli accounts were also quick to chime in, having spent a long time pointing to Sudan to deflect attention away from Israel's own actions in Gaza. Far-right Israeli influencer Avi Yemeni posted that Christians in Sudan and Nigeria are being slaughtered by jihadists, a genuine genocide. But because it doesn't fit the narrative, almost nobody cares. Israel's official Arabic language account also reposted the same images Taha shared, claiming, once again, Sudanese civilians were killed by Muslim Brotherhood-led forces, mirroring that same narrative, almost word for word. Now, interestingly, Israel's state-owned defense company recently opened a regional arm in Abu Dhabi, the first such move since normalization, signaling deeper military and strategic ties between the two countries. But this online messaging is not new. Since Sudan's civil war began in April 2023, UAE-linked influencers have repeatedly dehumanized Sudanese civilians. In June 2024, one UAE journalist wrote online that one Emirati man equals more than 1,000 Sudanese civilians, showing the deep-seated rhetoric that has accompanied the conflict from the start. And so, as El Fasher burns, UAE and Israeli influencers continue to rewrite the story. But while these influencers can try to shape a narrative online, they cannot erase the evidence on the ground.
What's happening in Sudan? People are losing their lives, their livelihoods, their country as we speak. The RSF is killing people and posting it online for all of us to watch. We can't show it here because these are gruesome videos we're talking about, but one thing stands out. And one thing is for certain: the UAE's involvement in what's happening in Sudan. They are supporting the RSF, and that support is costing people's lives. Abdi Ismail, a member of the Pan-African Parliament, is calling for the UAE to be sanctioned from any and every African Union forum. Watch this clip, we'll come back and discuss.
United Arab Emirates as a country, not as an ambassador or individuals, but as a country, is comparable, let me repeat that, is comparable to those who supported apartheid and those who supported Ian Smith in what was previously Rhodesia. So we should deal with that country exactly as we dealt with supporters of apartheid and supporters of Ian Smith. And therefore, we should sanction them. We should take them out of the African Union. We should not invite into our forums until they come to their senses. Finally, here's my recommendation, very briefly. Don't invite criminal regimes to our midst, to our forums. Second, sanction the UAE from all of African Union forums. Thank you, sir.
He asks an important question. Why are we allowing these people that are funding a genocide in a country, in an African country, a space in our forum? Why are they allowed to be in our space when we know what's going down, when we know what's happening? That's the first step in questioning what's happening in Sudan. It's very sad. It's extremely disheartening to watch our people dying. And mostly the RSF is targeting ethnically the people that are more African, that are separate from the Arabs. That's At least that's how they are portraying it. They are targeting our people to unalive them because they are bloodthirsty. It's very unfortunate to watch this happen to the people of Sudan, because the Sudanese people are one of the first people that fought back when they had their dictator leader, President al-Bashir. They fought back, they protested, they eventually brought the guy down. Unfortunately, their fight to live and their fight to live in their own country with equality and to live in dignity was hijacked. They are now suffering because two entities are going at each other, the Sudan military and the paramilitary. And unfortunately, the paramilitary is getting a lot of funding, and they are also sharing with us, the world, what they are doing. And it's not pretty. They're brutal. They do not have an ounce of humanity in them. The kind of atrocities that are being committed in Sudan right now is just unthinkable. And Abdi Ismail has a point. How are we going to allow the funders, the people that are supporting this war that is killing Sudanese people left and right, how are we allowing them in our space? They need to be sanctioned. What are your thoughts on this? Tell us down below. I am Wangel Zala.
Let's talk about Sudan. The Rapid Support Forces are increasing attacks against the Sudanese people in multiple parts that they're trying to take over. But the conflict in Sudan and the current tensions didn't start with the escalation of the Rapid Support Forces in 2023. As a matter of fact, the same Rapid Support Forces were part of the forces of the Sudanese state up until the previous leader of Sudan went to the UAE and the Sudanese government was taken over by a new leadership. Now, however, we're not just talking about a movement that is primarily led by motives of the Sudanese people, but rather a movement that is heavily backed by foreign powers and for various reasons. Before that, let's go through a little bit of background. Sudan was previously part of the Egyptian kingdom up until the Egyptian Revolution in 1953, where Egypt declared that it no longer wants to have this relation with Sudan, and then Sudan had its independence and it was officially recognized in 1956. Later on, there was another split, now this time between North Sudan and South Sudan, following a 2-decade war. South Sudan became independent, now with the same leader who was there actually before they had their independence and when they were still under the one Sudanese state. Okay. We had a previous Sudan, another Sudan, and then a new Sudan and a South Sudan. Things starting to get complicating slightly, and there's a reason for that. It's not coming out of nowhere. Sudan is a country with real, genuinely massive diversity. I mean, we're talking about 500 ethnic groups and over 400 languages. Of course, not all of them are equal in terms of the size, but still, when you talk about 500 ethnic groups and 400 languages, that's huge. Of course, the majority are Sudanese Arabs, but still we have a lot of other groups inside of Sudan. For example, Fur, Beja, Nuba, Masalit, and Zaghawa, and Nubians as well, who have a connection with Egypt too. So we have a lot of diversity in that area. And again, the way these countries are shaped and the way they formed into nation states, in many cases, didn't take into account the ethnic backgrounds of these locations. Similar to some of the North African nations, for example, when some of these lines were drawn in the middle of the desert, when you had tribes that lived on both sides, likewise with other countries in Asia too, and in other parts of the world as well. So it's quite a complex matter when it comes to the ethnicities and the diversity. Moving on to now, what's the map looking like in terms of power control, especially in Sudan? We're not talking about South Sudan now. This is the map. The color here indicates the control of the central Sudanese government. The one here is the Rapid Support Forces. Who are the Rapid Support Forces? Well, again, they were part of the Sudanese government, but then later they flipped against the central government inside of Sudan, backed heavily by multiple countries and multiple sides abroad, primarily the UAE. Now, we have a couple of people in this image over here. One of them is, of course, the leader of the UAE MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed. We have a man here called Khalifa Haftar too. That's Hamidti, the man who is leading the Rapid Support Forces. And this man is called Said Beni, a man who is leading a Somalian militia. Now, Said Beni, excuse me. What does the Libyan side, what does the UAE side have to do with all of this? And how are they supporting the Rapid Support Forces, and for what reasons exactly? Well, firstly, the UAE, they have a very good relation with the previous Sudanese leader, Omar al-Bashir. As a matter of fact, he is reportedly in the UAE. Now, what does that matter in relation to today, and why do they have this soft spot for the RSF, the Rapid Support Force? Well, the RSF, before they had this internal problem with the new government inside of Sudan, they had supported the Saudi UAE backed mass war against Yemen that included starvation, massacres, and total destruction. RSF reportedly voluntarily went to Yemen and supported with tens of thousands of troops. Therefore, they have a good relationship with the UAE. And now the UAE is capitalizing on that previous relationship. However, the notion that some people say they went and voluntarily did that could be slightly misleading, because the UAE could have had an interest in that area from a very long time ago, and not necessarily as a gesture of goodwill or as if they're responding to the support of the RSF in Yemen against Ansarullah or the Houthis, and they later withdrew from that area in 2019. So we have a history here of this relationship. Why? What's happening in Sudan? Well, Sudan has a lot of reserves of gold. There's a lot of illegal mining happening with gold, and the UAE is very interested in that. But if we go back to the image over here, especially when we talk about Khalifa Haftar. Khalifa Haftar is a CIA asset who was based in the United States during the Gaddafi era, and with the collapse of the Gaddafi government at the time, he went back to Libya, not to support building the country, but to play the role of the asset, which is instill division. And now we have a de facto government that we've had for a very long time now in the eastern part of Libya, in particular Benghazi and the surrounding areas. And this man has a lot of blood on his hands. Of course, he is tied with the UAE directly, and he is one of the main supporters of Hamidti. Why? Well, because of the proximity and the geographical relative closeness between Libya and Sudan. As a matter of fact, if we look at it on one of the maps here that we'll try and get in a sec, we'll see exactly how close they are and how much they support them. Let's have a look at one of these maps over here. Okay, so that's Libya, that's the Kufra airport, and that is Sudan. The power, well, most of the areas under the control of the RSF are again in this area over here, clearly the eastern part or northeastern part, which happen to be, of course, the borders of Libya. We have support, direct support coming from the UAE to some of the Somali militias, but also Libya as well, primarily Libya, to the Kufra airport, that are going directly to the support of the RSF in mostly the Darfur area in the eastern part of Sudan. And in the meantime, of course, they're killing a lot of people. They are committing huge massacres. There is huge suffering as the population. And as a matter of fact, recently there was a United Nations estimate that 3.2 million Sudanese children under the age of 5 will face acute malnutrition in 2025. Over 700,000 children in conflict-torn Sudan will likely suffer from severe acute malnutrition, says spokesman. We're talking about a huge suffering of the people, with deliberate killing that many directly said were ethnic cleansing too. Some of them blame the RSF of also committing mass rapes against certain populations as well, especially in the areas that they want to have under their control. So we are facing a situation here with a couple of players who undeniably had some sort of involvement in other areas too, other areas in other Arab countries primarily, who are trying to benefit from the conflict. But we're not just talking about this financial support. In many cases, we're talking about actual people going to fight and kill for these causes. So we have, for example, the UAE with this support. We have some of the Somalian militias with Libyan support as well. There were reports that the RSF also got help from Kenya previously. Russia too, who reportedly changed its support for them since, well, recently, 2024 and 2025. And as a matter of fact, even the United States is criticizing what the RSF is doing. As a matter of fact, the United States called it outright a genocide, a determined genocide in Sudan, and they were calling for imposing accountability measures. This was released by the United States government, criticizing their attacks. RSF and RSF-aligned militias have continued direct attacks against civilians and systematically murdered men and boys, even infants, on an ethnic basis. Again, there are also claims of Arab supremacy in certain areas, because they're killing other tribes and other ethnic groups, these RSF, of course. them particularly, because at the end of the day, the other government, they had everyone under their sovereignty, under their control generally. But what caught my attention in this description here, not of course to deny or say that the United States all of a sudden is caring for these people, but to rather highlight the level of hypocrisy and double standards with the United States administration, criticizing what the RSF are doing when they haven't even called what their ally Israel is doing in Gaza not only a genocide but even ethnic cleansing. They always give Israel excuses to the attacks that are happening inside of the Gaza Strip, but they're having these statements here. How real are the, well, not the substance, but how genuine is the United States in relation to this conflict? Well, the United States is the same United States, well, the administration at least, who supported Khalifa Haftar and met with him. As a matter of fact, again, this man is a confirmed CIA asset from the era of Muammar Gaddafi, and now he is fully supported and backed by not only the United States but other countries too. They will probably criticize here and there, but really and truly they gave him legitimacy, they gave him the power, they enabled him to go back there and play this role of dividing this country that is now extending to Sudan too. Why? Because they also want weak African nations with this foreign involvement. That doesn't take away from the fact that there were internal issues happening for a very long time in Sudan. But what we have now is a direct campaign by a movement inside of Sudan that is backed by countries with a rich history in crimes against humanity in other countries too, doing so not only for financial purposes and not only for the gold reserves and not only for financial gain, but also for a greater project to keep African nations destabilized, weak, war-torn, and facing famine.
Hello, it's your friend CJ Werleman, and in this episode, we reveal how Israel is secretly calling the shots in Sudan, where its ally, the United Arab Emirates, is committing genocide. But first, please remember to like and subscribe to our show. Now let's get into it. Wherever Muslims, Arabs, or Africans are being raped, killed, and displaced, you'll inevitably find Israel holding a gun or carrying a shovel, while standing shoulder to shoulder with its Zionist-coddling Arab ally, the United Arab Emirates. The pair have become inseparable blood brothers since the Arab Spring of 2011, drawn together by a shared fear and hatred of Palestine, the Muslim Brotherhood, and Iran. You see, Abu Dhabi was not only the first Arab capital to recognize the state of Israel, but also it served as an active partner in the genocide of Gaza, as we reported several months ago here. The Emirati regime hosted exclusive entertainment programs for Israeli soldiers who were directly responsible for brutal massacres and bloody crimes against Palestinian civilians. Dubai is where Israeli murderers escaped and recharged their batteries in preparation for another round of mass slaughter in Gaza. Sadly, the Palestinian territories isn't the only place where genocide is being carried out with direct Israeli and Emirati cooperation. There's also Sudan, where more than 160,000 civilians have been killed by Israeli and Emirati-backed forces in the African country during the past 2 years. But the Sudanese are not the victims of a civil war here. They are victims of a proxy war. On one side, you have the Sudanese people and their government forces. But on the other side, you have the Israeli and Emirati-backed Rapid Support Forces, better known by their three-letter acronym, the RSF militias, which does not recruit its fighters from Sudan, but instead, using Israeli and Emirati money, it buys mercenaries from Chad, South Africa, Libya, Colombia, and El Salvador. These Zionist Emirati-funded mercenaries are wiping out entire towns and villages in Sudan by setting property and people on fire, executing civilians in broad daylight, and raping women in front of their families. You don't need to understand their language to comprehend their suffering. Israel's deepening ties to the Emirati regime and the RSF militias in Sudan help the Zionist state secure maritime routes, monitor regional rivals, and expand its intelligence footprint across Africa. We will reveal the full scope and scale of Israel's role in Sudan's nightmare in a moment, but let's start by revisiting an article I wrote 5 years ago, whereby I explained how the UAE has recruited more than 30,000 mercenaries and dozens of private armies to carry out high-profile assassinations in Sudan, Yemen, Somalia, and Libya, with the aim of controlling and dominating the Red Sea and the Horn of Africa.
In the long term, the UAE's main goal in the Red Sea and Horn of Africa is leverage. By building military installations and controlling many of the region's strategic ports, the state is positioning itself to control military and trade flows in an area which is expected to undergo rapid economic growth in the next century. A sensible investment perhaps on the part of the Gulf state, which is currently heavily reliant on its vast but limited oil wealth. Moreover, the UAE's military and commercial moves in the Red Sea come amid its wider attempts to influence East Africa for its own security. With 90% of the state's food supply imported, Emirati-based companies have been active in buying up agricultural land in East African states to protect the country from volatile commodity prices. If successful in building leverage, the UAE could be securing its own economic future in a world looking to move away from fossil fuels for environmental and security reasons.
Growing diplomatic isolation is why the Israeli economy has crashed into a heap, as credible forecasts point to an approaching economic Armageddon on Israel's horizon. It also knows that global sanctions are inevitable as the world gains more clarity about Israel's total destruction and subjugation of Palestine, which is why the Jewish state sees Sudan and other parts of Africa as an opportunity to pillage and plunder for the sake of its own survival. Both Israel and the UAE are arming a foreign-led coup against the Sudanese government, so together they can control the country's strategic maritime ports in the Red Sea, along with its rich agricultural sector and vast amounts of gold. And we are talking about a heck of a lot of gold. Enough gold to make the UAE one of the world's top gold exporters, despite not owning a single gold mine itself, a reality that hasn't stopped the Emirati regime from smuggling more than 400 tons of gold from Africa into Dubai and Abu Dhabi, where their stolen loot was sold for more than $40 billion in 2022 alone. A windfall that has grown substantially greater thanks to the Emirati Zionist-backed genocide taking place in Sudan at this very moment. The fruits of this violence put on display in a typical gold store in the Emirati capital. Every ounce of this treasure you see was stolen from Sudan and other African nations, making this the gold equivalent of the blood diamond trade.
Time you see gold in Dubai, don't ask how much it costs, ask how many lives it costs, because the truth is Dubai only shines because Africa bleeds. Behind every single necklace, behind every luxury hotel, behind every single break. Dubai has turned into a billionaire's playground, built on what Africa has lost. Because 95% of unregulated gold from Africa goes straight to Dubai, not Switzerland, not the United States. It goes straight to Dubai. Dubai is the #1 destination with no mines of its own, no minerals of its own, no resources of its own. Yet they have built this whole luxury landscape based on the lives of Africans that have been lost. It's ridiculous.
The blood spilled from the Zionist Emirati colonial conquest of Sudan can now be seen from outer space. This is the direct dirty work of the RSF militias, who laid siege to the city of Al-Fashir, where 260,000 residents have been denied all food and medical supplies for the past 500 days, with the aim of forcing starving civilians to flee into the arms of their attackers.
Some are asked what their ethnicity is, and they leave them. Others say their ethnicity, and they kill them. They took all of our belongings as we left. My wife and I got to Gurney, and we were held with 400 families. They chose people and executed them in front of us. They kill them in front of you and say, bury your brother, and we just have to pour soil on them.
Women's bodies have been turned into crime scenes in Sudan as those fleeing al-Fashir recount experiences of rape, violence, and famine. That's according to the United Nations Agency for Women on Tuesday.
Women's bodies, ladies and gentlemen, have just become a crime scene in Sudan. There are no safe spaces that are left. Nowhere for women to gather safely, to seek protection.
The raping of those women have already been reported is a very sick and dastardly thing, which all Black Africans should rise up and get rid of them for this. It's because just like their ancestors been doing for thousands of years in Africa, that's why they have a majority in Sudan. They've been raping the indigenous Black women and making them have these Black Arab children loyal to them. You see, and that's what they already said they're going to do, rape all the women, force all those women to have African Arab babies that's loyal to them. That's crazy.
Or even access even the most basic psychosocial care.
A man who escaped the last functioning hospital in the Sudanese city of El Fashir, where RSF mercenaries massacred an entire maternity ward, describes his country's sense of grief and loss.
Right now, I feel extremely hopeless. I've lost my colleagues, the people whose faces I used to see smiling. There is no happiness anymore. It feels as if you've lost a big part of your body or your soul. I do not see any hope of returning to El Fashir after everything that happened and everything I saw. Even if there was a small hope, I remember what happened in front of me.
These mass killings have suddenly snapped the world's attention on Sudan as human rights groups gather evidence of the respective roles played by the Emirati and Israeli governments in this ongoing genocide. These regimes are now working feverishly hard to shake the world off their respective backs, as Emirati influencers and official Israeli government social media accounts spread disinformation and lies on social media platforms, where they compare the Sudanese army to ISIS and Hamas, while falsely tying the Sudanese people to the Muslim Brotherhood. Prominent Zionist forces in the West are also trying to build sympathy for the RSF by falsely framing the conflict as a religious war between Muslims and Christians. An easily provable lie, given more than 90% of Sudan's population is Muslim, and given an overwhelming majority of RSF fighters are not even from Sudan. What's irrefutably true, and more than a coincidence, however, is how RSF militias have adopted Israel's template for genocide.
Has devised a template to justify exterminatory wars against civilians. We know that the RSF has started to use very similar language and logics to justify attacks, such as human shields, collateral damage, militarization of civilian objects on the basis of the use by Palestinian armed groups. Were already composing a framework in which it appeared that everyone in the world, whenever a Palestinian civilian was killed, had to presume that Palestinian civilians, even in the dozens, were killed lawfully.
Israel's grubby fingerprints are all over the genocide in Sudan. Its deepening ties to the Emirati regime and RSF militias helps Israel secure maritime routes, monitor regional rivals such as Iran and China, expand its intelligence footprint across Africa, and steal Sudan's natural resources. An investigation by the NGO Sudan Transparency shows how Israel has been obsessed with the African country since the 1970s. The Jewish state has bombed Sudan and attacked the Sudanese government for years, having long accused it of trafficking weapons to Egypt and the Palestinian resistance in the Gaza Strip. And it was under this bogus pretext that Israel bombed a Sudanese weapons factory in 2012.
The blaze that tore through this Khartoum weapons factory killed at least 2. But was it an accident or an airstrike? The Sudanese government is in no doubt.
Israel is a country of injustice that needs to be deterred. This attack only strengthens our firmness.
The commander of the RSF militias is General Mohammed Dagalo, who is also known by his nickname Hemeti. He established close ties with Israeli intelligence agencies just 4 years ago. This report says Israel sent Dagalo a shipment of advanced spying equipment as part of a series of covert exchanges. This allegation, corroborated by an Israeli newspaper, which said Israeli intelligence agencies delivered high-tech spyware to RSF militias in Sudan to help them track and kill their political opponents. Recent on-the-ground reports have also identified Israeli rocket launchers and other military platforms in the hands of the RSF militias. Armed by Zionists, funded by Zionists, the RSF is also adopting the Israeli army's genocidal tactics in bombing hospitals, schools, food distribution centers, and mosques as a form of collective punishment, making the RSF a mirror image of the Zionist army. Both depend on foreign mercenaries, and both use sexual violence as a weapon of war against an indigenous population. Watch here as a female RSF field commander encourages her fighters to rape Sudanese women and cleanse their lineage. If you think that RSF field commanders encouraging rape sounds somewhat familiar, then it's only because they sound very much like the chief rabbi of the Israeli Defense Force, who says Israeli soldiers are permitted to rape Palestinian women in times of war.
She was taken to sedate a man, and she was nude searched over and over again and filmed, and then she was raped twice by Israeli male soldiers, 2 of them at a time, while videotaping her. We have also one testimony of a woman who was also taken. She says she was also raped by an inspection device by a female soldier more than once. They inserted the inspection device in her rectum. We have also one testimony of a woman saying that she was strip searched and they would beat her on her behind and they would humiliate her in front of each other. Most of the women also who were taken from Gaza, West Bank, and Jerusalem said they were beaten on their genitals, which has made it to conclude that there must have been a directive that's been given to the Israeli army to treat women.
I wish they will rape you alive. They will film you, and if your mother will be alive, they will send the video for your mother to see how you burn. That's what they
war. It doesn't matter who your enemy is. You need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
Together, Israel and the UAE operate essentially as one mafia state, one pariah state, a pariah state that must be starved by boycotts, divestment, and sanctions. A global boycott will bring extra pressure on the Emirati regime, given its economy depends almost entirely on tourism and foreign trade for its survival. You can start by targeting these Emirati companies, including its national carriers, Emirates and Etihad Airlines. But speaking of survival, the depth of YouTube's complicity with Israeli war
A Mossad whistleblower and 2 former U.S. congressmen came forward and stated that the Israeli Mossad had a plan for assassination on former President George H.W. Bush. There's a lot to get into here. First off, just go ahead and take a listen to this.
And George Bush outraged the American Jewish community, if you recall, by taking a position that our aid to them, $10 billion, should be conditioned on a reasonable Israeli position toward a Mideast peace. Victor Ostrowski spoke out and said that the President of the United States is subject to the possibility of assassination by Mossad hit team when he goes to Spain at an international convention. By that willingness to speak out, he may have saved the life of the President of the United States.
So the former Israeli Mossad officer that came forward and stated this told Pete McCloskey, who you just heard, who then told the Secret Service in the United States to protect President Bush at the 1991 Spain International Convention. Before I show you a little bit, some more clips of Pete McCloskey, Victor Ostrowski, the Israeli Mossad officer, what you have to understand is that while George Bush at the time was trying to create a peace deal between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and while this was going on, and while there was the Spain 1991 peace conference, the Israelis wanted a loan guarantee in $3 billion, and George H.W. Bush denied them. He told the Israelis that we will not give you this loan guarantee until you promise to stop building Israeli settlements in Palestinian lands. George H.W. Bush at the time was worried that if he gave the loan guarantee to the Israelis, it would upset the Arabs while they would go ahead and go to the Spain International Convention at the peace conference. Take a listen to what George Bush had to say at the time regarding these loan guarantees that he did not want to give to the Israelis.
A few days ago, I asked Congress to defer consideration for 120 days of Israel's request for $10 billion in additional U.S. loan guarantees meant to help Israel absorb its many new immigrants.
And I never knew.
I did so in the interest of peace. I did so because we must avoid a contentious debate that would raise a host of controversial issues. Nothing should be done that might interfere with this prospect. And if necessary, I will use my veto power to prevent that.
The reason I'm playing this for y'all, because I want you to think about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump with Thomas Crooks, who hit him in the ear, which I said that was a warning from the Zionists. I said that. But you see right here in history, all Bush Sr. said was, you're not getting a loan or we're not giving you no money unless you stop building those settlements and trying to mess up this peace deal. And the Israelis put a hit on
that.
I believe I might have said 3 billion, sorry, 10 billion. But what he said there in that last part was very important. He would use his veto power to prevent it. He's basically telling Congress, I don't want this aid to pass. And if Congress decides to overstep me, because the Israeli lobby was going in overdrive, AIPAC was going in overdrive, trying to get Congress to approve this aid package. If Congress tries to sidestep me, I'll veto it. That's how set George H.W. Bush was on not giving this aid. Now, none of this is to try to make George H.W. Bush seem like this amazing president. Oh my God, he loved the Palestinians so much. That's not what I'm getting across at all. But what I'm telling you is, regardless of your feelings of George H.W. Bush, there was a moment when George H.W. Bush had a major conflict of interest with the Israelis. And the Israelis didn't like it because they never wanted peace. So while George H.W. Bush was like, well, hold
on. So crazy. He was in on helping assassinate Kennedy. That's a fact. That's his rise to power. This man, he was in CIA. That's his rise to power, the Kennedy assassination. So he knew. He tried to stand up. But once they put the hit on him, then he started backing down. That's what all that war with Saddam. He did the Gulf War, the first Gulf War with Saddam. That was for Israel. He was forced to do that. You know, his son, Gulf War II, where they killed Saddam, they was forced to do that.
Hold on. We have a 1991 peace conference that he felt like could have actually led to a peace deal. He didn't want to ruin that. So he goes on, and there's another clip here explaining why he didn't want to give this aid package and the United States positions on Israeli settlements.
But what we're really trying to do is work it out without getting into a lot of confrontation. And I think that's the approach to take at this point.
Can you avoid confrontation when they're bringing the fight to you, when they're going around you, when the government of Israel has?
I can take quite a few punches, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about working harmoniously together in a spirit of cooperation. And I've seen comments that from abroad that I didn't particularly appreciate, but that's we're the United States of America, and we have a leadership role around the world that has to be fulfilled. And I'm calling the shots in this question in the way I think is best. And
what he's referring to right there when he says that he heard some comments that he didn't appreciate. The Israelis were so mad at him for not giving this $10 billion aid package that Israeli officials came forward and called President Bush an anti-Semite and a liar. I'm not kidding. This is on record. I'm going to show you the article right here. This is how much they hated the guy at the time. Let me just go ahead and share my screen for you guys. Let's see here. I have so many articles that I'm about to show you guys. There we go. Harsh words in Israeli cabinet aimed at Bush. A session of Israel's cabinet held Sunday to discuss deep divisions between the Bush administration and the government of Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir quickly gave way to unrestrained ill will, with one minister branding Bush an anti-Semite. This was on September 16th of 1991. The outburst highlighted the political passions aroused by Bush's vow to delay U.S. guarantees for $10 billion in loans to house and provide jobs for Soviet immigrants flooding into Israel. Bush wants the guarantees held up until Israeli-era peace talks are well underway. Shamir says the guarantees have nothing to do with the proposed talks. The dispute over guarantees and over conditions for a U.S. Soviet-sponsored Middle East peace conference are expected to dominate the visit of Secretary of State James Baker, who arrives here today to begin his 7th diplomatic shuttle. Yada, yada, yada. So this is how upset they were. They called the guy an anti-Semite. Of course, we know that Israelis, and it's pretty common that when they're upset, there tends to be a tendency sometimes to be called an anti-Semite. Nowadays, when you criticize the Israeli government, this was happening back in 1991, god dang it. So this is how infuriated they were. Now, the U.S. media at the time might not have shown how infuriated the Israelis were, but I took the time to go through the National Archives of Israeli media and see what the Israeli headlines had to say at the time. And I've screenshotted a few Israeli headlines I wanted to go over with you guys. So let's go through some of them right here. Obviously, I don't know how to read Hebrew. You guys don't either. So what I did is I was able to toss these into Google Translate. So here's the first one. And this headline says, Israel will submit detailed requests of assistance to the European presidency. Because Bush didn't want to give Israel a $10 billion aid package, Yitzhak Shamir, the prime minister of Israel at the time, decided to start seeking out European help. And he went to the Europeans instead, hoping they would give him the aid. That's how much they wanted this aid. The reason they needed this aid is because at the time, Israel was taking in millions of Soviet immigrants. Soviet Jews were coming in from Ukraine, from Russia, and they make up, till today, Russian and Ukrainian Jews make up a huge chunk of Israel's demographic population. And Israel needed $10 billion in loan guarantees in order to adequately have housing for them to come in when they were coming in to settle Palestinian lands. So here's another article at the time. And this one, let's go ahead and see the translation for it. I don't have that one. Let's see here. Is it right over here? I have a lot. So let's just go to this one right here. Here's this. And then here's the translation. Bush is boiling over Israel. They are poking our fingers in the eyes. They're poking fingers in our eyes. This is, again, an article headline coming from Israeli media at the time. This is how much they framed Bush as being so upset. The guarantees are essential condition for absorbing 1 million immigrants from the Soviet Union, yada, 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 yada. And here's another article at the time, again, is a Hebrew article, and it translates to Bush threatens to veto the guarantees. So the Israelis were very much so keeping up with this. Now, where does it get to the point of the assassination attempt? This is what I'm going to get into with you guys right now. I'm about to play a clip from the former Israeli Mossad officer, Victor Ostrovsky. He's still alive today. He fled to Canada. He lives in Canada till today. And he came forward, and this was initially all uncovered. And he wrote a book called The By Way of Deception, where he states that the Israeli Mossad planned to assassinate Bush at the 1991 Spain International Convention in Madrid. And they were planning on tossing out 3 Palestinians in the ensuing confusion and blame it on the Palestinians and use them as patsies while all of this was going on. This is what Viktor Ostrovsky had to say, however, regarding his time in the Mossad and what the Mossad interests are for Israel in the region. Take a listen.
Now, I know what they do because I used to ask them to do it. I mean, when I was in the Mossad and we had a guy that gave us problems in the U.S., and he was speaking out, and he was talking like Pete talked once and said, Israel is bombing Lebanon with cluster bombs. We say, hey, who's that guy? You know, Pete Makaki, we used to call him. Yeah, which is Pete the cockroach. Because he makes a lot of noise and you can't get rid of him. So what you do is you get in touch with a guy in the station in New York or in the station in Washington. You say, tell the guys at Bnei B'rith to label him. And of course the campaign starts, and before you know it, the guy's labeled. And he's an anti-Semite. Because that's what we say he is. And that's one stain you cannot wash. Now, it shames me as a Jew to tell you that. But that's the fact. And it's wrong. And the people who are perpetrating this don't really understand what they're doing because they're losing their own liberty.
So this is Viktor Ostrovsky, and he's the Mossad officer who came forward and said there was assassination plot. The reason that's important to show you guys is the labeling of anti-Semite, of how the Mossad uses that labeling when people would question the Israeli government. When he said Pete there, he was referring to former U.S. Congressman about, again, Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir being upset during the Arab-Israeli meetings and trying to reschedule them to his own convenience. As he remains president, George Bush will be the center of controversy and therefore personally at risk. Despite the endeavors of the Secret Service, the agency whose primary purpose is to protect the president of the United States from harm, no occupant of the office can be effectively shielded from danger. The Secret Service has special reason for concern at this point in George Bush's career. Before Bush headed for the opening day of the peace conference, the Secret Service received a warning that elements of Israel's spy operation, the Mossad, might put Bush's life in danger. So the Secret Service knew at the time that there was a hint that the Israeli Mossad was planning to assassinate the president or had a plan for assassination. They received a tip, like I said, from Viktor Ostrovsky. The danger was first expressed by Viktor Ostrovsky, a former Mossad agent, to a group of Canadian parliamentarians. After 4 years of service, Ostrovsky had left the Mossad in protest against its method and had written the book By Way of Deception, exposing Israel's spy operations in the United States. Ostrovsky told the Canadians that the Mossad, not elected political establishment, is the real engine of policy in Israel. He added ominously that secret intelligence he had been receiving suggested strongly that the Mossad's hatred of Bush and support for Vice President Dan Quayle may lead to an attempt on the president's life. Quayle was always popular by Jewish groups. With Jewish groups is regarded by Israel as much more sympathetic to its problems than Bush. And then he goes on, and of course, Viktor Ostrovsky told Pete McCloskey. Pete McCloskey then told the United States Secret Service. So I actually have, by way of deception, I read it all. I'm going to show you guys in the next video. I'm going to do another part 2 of this video where I'm going to go in more detail of exactly how this assassination attempt was planned. The names of the individuals. Viktor Ostrovsky came forward and said 3 Palestinians were going to be used as patsies. They have the names of the 3 Palestinians. And Viktor Ostrovsky stated the Mossad planned to have the 3 Palestinians state that they were working for the Abu Shabab gang, which is basically a Palestinian militant at the time, Palestinian extremists, and how they define him. And they plan to use him as patsies to make basically the Palestinians the most hated people in the world. And by doing so, the Israeli Mossad would eliminate Bush, who they felt was extremely anti-Semitic, and install Vice President Dan Quayle. Now, of course, after the Secret Service received this tip and the Bush administration felt that and recognized this tip was serious, the plan was called off, and there was a large propaganda campaign in the United States already to prepare the American people for President Dan Quayle. this was very, you could see this, and I'm going to pull up headlines in the next video I'm about to make. I already saved a few here. There were several headlines posted one after another, basically telling people about how amazing Dan Quayle is. Vice President Dan Quayle this, Vice President Dan Quayle that. There was a headline that says because Bush had heart problem. There was one point where Bush had a small heart attack, or had, I don't believe it was a heart attack, actually. He had fibrillation, and he was sent to the hospital. And at the time, of course, there was no phones like we do now and smartphones and whatnot. So the State Department wasn't sure what was going on. And then an article was later written stating how we could have had how we could have had President Dan Quayle. And it was basically talking about that event and basically kind of warming people up to that sort of idea that we could have had President Dan Quayle, because they felt he was more sympathetic to the Israelis. Now, of course, we know that former President George H.W. Bush Sr., never had a second term. And he states that he didn't have a second term because of the Israeli lobby. He states that there was powerful political forces up against him. And he states that these powerful political forces were working on the other side of the question when it came to the loan guarantees, knowing what you know about how powerful AIPAC is and how powerful the Israeli lobby influences in the United States. If they felt like a president wasn't giving them everything they wanted, of course, they're going to try to unseat him. If they felt like he was an existential threat, who knows what they could have done. So take a listen to what George Bush had to say regarding feeling like he's working up against thousands of lobbyists on the Hill who are working on the other side of the question, trying to stop these loan guarantees from coming through. Let me see if I can find the right clip here. I believe it's right over here.
And I'm up against some powerful political forces, but I owe it to the American people to tell them how strongly I feel about deferral.
Are those powerful political forces ungrateful for what you've done so far in a peace process, and why doesn't the peace argument sell with them?
I think it will sell, but it's taken a little time, and we're up against a very strong and effective, sometimes, groups that go up to the Hill. I was heard today there were something like 1,000 lobbyists on the Hill working the other side of the question. We got one lonely little guy down here doing it. However, I like this forum better, too.
We got one lonely little guy down here doing it. I'm up against some powerful political forces coming from George H.W. Bush. And realize George H.W. Bush at the time, he was trying to set up a damn peace conference. Again, I'm not a big fan of the guy. I don't care what side of the political aisle you're on. I'm talking about this specific event. I want to talk about this specific event and his actions in this specific event. Okay? He wanted to set up a damn peace conference. He wanted to get the Prime Minister of Israel involved. He knew the Palestinians wouldn't come to the table if the Israelis kept colonizing settlements on Palestinian land. So he said, we're not going to give you this aid package until you stop building these damn settlements. How are we going to have peace talks while you're out here building damn villas in the West Bank? So stop it. It's a simple request for peace, because apparently Israel's been wanting peace for 80 years now. Israel's wanted peace, right? That's what we've been told. But it seems like when a president came forward and said, okay, here's an opportunity for peace, the Israelis were like, oh, hell no, we're not going to do peace. What are you talking about? Give us the aid, and we're going to keep building settlements. We don't give a damn about your stupid peace. Clearly, because if they did, then why would they be so against stopping building settlements on Palestinian land? If the whole goal was peace, then make peace. And clearly in peace, you need to make concessions. But it aggravated the Israelis so much that that wasn't the case. I have two more clips of Viktor Ostrovsky, the former Mossad officer. Take a listen to this one here.
There is no such thing as dual loyalty. This is a myth. People say, well, the Jewish community has a dual loyalty. That's wrong. Either you're loyal to your country or you're not. There is no duality in that. You cannot be loyal to two countries. Never will Israel agree to have an Israeli support the U.S. the way they expect people in the Jewish community to support Israel. There are more people in Israeli jails for supporting or helping U.S. intelligence than you have Israelis in American jails.
there you go. No such thing as dual loyalty. You're either loyal to this country or you're not. And now, of course, dual loyalty, the question of dual loyalty is somehow sort of hate speech, it seems like, because you're questioning who's somebody's allegiance, which country their allegiance to. Again, I'm telling you guys this. I'm ethnically and Palestinian. I was born in America. If I don't plan and I don't want any political positions in office, but I'll tell you this: if there was ever a situation where, as a Palestinian, there was a question in place that benefited Palestine's interests and didn't benefit America's interests, as an American, I would have to choose benefiting American interests. And I'm saying this publicly. And people say, "Oh, well, how can you question? How can you bring up dual loyalty when it comes to pro-Israel causes?" I'm telling you, there's no problem, and it should be expected that any citizens of America put America first. Otherwise, don't live here. But of course, when you bring that up to the pro-Israel crowd, they accuse dual loyalty of anti-Semitism. It seems like is what they believe dual loyalty, that sort of accusation is. Here's another clip of Viktor Ostrovsky that I did want to share with you guys. This is the last one that I have saved right now, so take a listen to this one.
The intelligence agency that I belong to, the Mossad, believes in its right as an organization to exist. And it will do everything in its power to maintain power. Now, intelligence agencies have a tendency to want to show things a little worse than they are, because that way they can advance and grow. I mean, if there's peace, who needs them?
There you go. If there's peace, who needs them? Who needs the Mossad if they have peace? Exactly, you don't, which is why they don't want peace. Okay, so when these peace conference talks came up and Bush was pushing them towards it, they were shocked. They didn't want it. They were infuriated. What could Bush be doing? Okay, time to install Vice President Dan Quayle. Let's get this operation going. Let's do it. So I will be going in great detail in the next video, a lot more on, I'm trying to see if there's any other footage I wanted to show. No, I think I got it, all the footage and clippings I had for this. So I'm going to show everything in the next video on the details they planned, because Viktor Ostrovsky went in detail in his book By Way of Deception of how this assassination attempt was going to take place. It was going to be at the Spain International Convention. They had 3 Palestinian patsies that they were going to plan to use. They were going to affiliate them with the Abu Shabab gang. They were going to toss them there in the ensuing confusion. The whole thing was very, very well and thoroughly laid out. And of course, that didn't go through. Once it was figured out by the U.S. Secret Service that this attempt was happening, there was actually a threat at a U.S. embassy at the time during the Spain International Convention, and it was immediately shut down. So I'll go over all of that in the next video. This is the end of part 1.
These are videos the FBI has worked hard to make sure you haven't seen. They're from the Google Drive account of Thomas Crooks, the man who on July 13th, 2024, showed up at the Butler County, Pennsylvania fairgrounds and tried to assassinate the frontrunner, Donald Trump.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
That day, Thomas Crooks came within a quarter inch of destroying this country. And yet, a year and a half later, we still know almost nothing about him or why he did it. That's because, for some reason, the FBI, even the current FBI, doesn't want us to know.
What's up?
Since the start of their investigation, the FBI has claimed that Thomas Crooks acted alone and that he was a virtual ghost online with no presence at all. Their only substantive claim about Crooks's motive was that he was a right-winger. We learned that from FBI Deputy Director Paula Bate, who said this to Congress just 1 month after the attempted assassination.
Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature.
The social media account Abate was describing was Crooks's YouTube comments. When the FBI made that claim, we had to take his word for it. We have no way to check, but now we do. In September, we obtained hundreds of comments from Thomas Crooks's YouTube account. Since then, we've gone to great lengths to verify that they're real. We can now confidently say they are. These are genuine, written by Thomas Crooks. But although Crooks's comments are interesting and give tremendous insight into why he did it, they're not the only story. The other story, in fact, the far more significant story, involves the government, the DOJ, and the FBI, which have hidden from the public what they know about Thomas Crooks. The purpose of this report is to reveal details of Crooks's social media accounts and to confront a series of key questions. Why is the FBI keeping Crooks's views a secret? Why are they ignoring congressional subpoenas to divulge information? Why are they pretending that there's nothing to see here? And more than anything, what are they hiding? Before we present our findings, it's critical to establish how we obtained the comments and how we know they're real. In late September, we received a tip from a source. He told us he'd gained access to some of Thomas Crooks's accounts. He'd found these accounts by utilizing tools commonly used by private investigators. The key lead was Thomas Crooks's phone number. That was published in documents obtained by America First Legal. That phone number led our source to Thomas Crooks's primary email account, tmcrooks7@gmail.com. That in turn, he linked with more than a dozen other accounts. That list includes 2 foreign encrypted email accounts, AmericanGamer@gmx.com, a German website, and bcook@mailfence.com, a Belgian website. Crooks had a Snapchat, Tom_Crooks19, a Venmo account, Thomas-Crooks12, a PayPal account under the alias Rod Swanson, a Zelle registered as Thomas Crooks, as well as accounts on Discord, a Google Play account called Colossal Microwave, a Quizlet titled Thomas_Crooks, a chess.com with the same name, and 2 disabled Quora accounts under the handles Thomas Crooks8 and Thomas Crooks3. It turns out that Thomas Crooks was hardly an online ghost. He was active, and yet federal investigators lied and told us there was no trace of him online. Some of Crooks's accounts, like his Snapchat, appear to have been fully deactivated and completely taken out of use. Some of them may have been unused or cleared by federal officials during the investigation. We don't know because the FBI wouldn't tell us. However, our source was able to retrieve all data from Thomas Crooks's deactivated YouTube account, Tom Crooks 2178, visible to other users as Tom Crooks. This account includes his search history, his watch history, and 737 public comments. Another critical account, his Google Drive, is linked to an archive of Crooks's YouTube account. That's where our source obtained the videos of Crooks dry firing a handgun in his bedroom with paper targets on the wall behind him. But aside from the video evidence, the email addresses, and the phone number tying Crooks to the account, or the fact that most of these accounts use his actual name, there are other key details that support the authenticity of what we found. For example, this video's metadata shows it was filmed at Thomas Crooks's parents' home. And some of Crooks's YouTube comments are still available on Internet Archive sites. Crooks's YouTube channel was suspended on July 14th, 2024. That's the day after the shooting. Its offense, quote, violating YouTube's policy on violent criminal organizations. And though Crooks's comments are no longer available on YouTube, in many cases, the commenters who responded to Crooks are still there, and they match what we see on the Internet Archive sites. When you click on their tags of Crooks's accounts, YouTube takes you to a page that says, this channel was removed because it violated our community guidelines. In other words, there is ample evidence to support the authenticity of these posts. Our source figured it out. So did we. But when we reached out directly to the FBI to ask why the Bureau hadn't shared any details from the account with the public, the FBI responded by questioning whether we could verify the authenticity of the count. We were confused by this, considering the authenticity is self-evident. And of course, the FBI would have known that since the day of the shooting. What exactly is the FBI hiding? Here's what we do know. The digital comments we obtained were posted between 2019 and 2020, when Thomas Crooks was between 15 and 17 years old. They show two things. First, that Thomas Crooks was not some secretive lone wolf who never warned anyone that he was planning violence, just the opposite. Years before he showed up in Butler, Crooks was leaving a detailed digital trail of violent threats, including calls for assassinations and political violence. Second, they show a man who started out as a radical Trump supporter, whose views on the president changed completely during COVID. The FBI lied about that fact and pretended that Crooks was a right-winger. At 11:35 p.m. on July 19, 2019, in response to an MSNBC video, Crooks wrote, quote, Ilhan Omar and others are invaders and should honestly be killed and their dead bodies sent back. At 1:17 a.m. on July 20th, 2019, Crooks commented on a CNN video. He said Donald Trump was the literal definition of patriotism. 7 hours later, he commented on an MSNBC video. He wrote, I hope a quick, painful death to all the deplorable immigrants and anti-Trump congresswomen who don't deserve anything this country has given them. That evening, on a separate MSNBC video, he wrote, quote, every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserve to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you fuck with America. These sorts of comments continued for months and became increasingly violent. The following day, Crooks responded to a CBS Evening News video about the squad saying this, quote, this is going to be blatantly racist, but I hope Trump has these people murdered. Crooks openly called for dictatorship and putting, quote, Hispanics back in their place. He warned that if Democrats win in 2020, quote, they won't be in there for long because unlike the Dems, we have guns and lots of them. In one comment, Crooks noted that, quote, 50 million Americans with AR-15s will make quick work of any blockades the government can put in to protect the White House. He left multiple references to Mao Zedong's famous line, the only real political power comes from the barrel of a gun. On September 30th, 2019, Crooks responded to comments about a potential civil war, saying this, most rioters don't bring assault rifles and body armor like we would, and we wouldn't be going to the streets, we'd be going to Washington. At this point, one user named Hyperpandas responded saying, quote, law enforcement will thank you for grouping up and being so visible. It'll make your arrest so much simpler. Crooks responded saying, cops can't arrest me if they're all dead, before adding, even an untrained man with an AR-15 is dangerous. You think Adam Lanza or any school shooter trained? Nope. If you navigate to that YouTube page today, you can still see identical contextual comments and people referring to Thomas Crooks, including one user who wrote this, you were on YouTube threatening to shoot government officials. I sure hope the FBI is monitoring social media for violent nutcases. That exchange is still available on Internet Archive websites. But the FBI didn't see that before the shooting? That's hard to believe. On various occasions, Crooks openly said things like, Mueller should be hanged along with the rest of the Democrats involved in that witch hunt, and I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of socialist Jews, like the ones who booed Trump, and blasting their useless brains out with an AR. And yet, in early 2020, Crooks seemed to change radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, Trump's stupidity. He began to mock the concept of the deep state. He suggested it was a code word used by Trump supporters for, quote, anyone who disagrees with the right wing. Suddenly, he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, he called out Trump supporters as, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times. That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, racist. It was an amazing transformation. That April, during the peak phase of the coronavirus lockdowns, Crooks wrote, quote, it seems that you people don't understand that sometimes public safety comes before your personal rights. Are you not willing to quarantine one member of your family to save the rest? If so, you are not a patriot and you aren't protecting anything. Around this time, the new left-wing version of Thomas Crooks became very critical of conservative media. He said at one point, quote, going to a Chinese New Year's party in America isn't putting you at risk for coronavirus, because believe it or not, viruses don't spread through race like Tucker Carlson probably told you. That May, as state officials across the country overhauled election systems to promote mail-in voting, Crooks attacked Republican concerns about voter fraud as, quote, ignorant. 4 months later, in August 2020, his tone had shifted even further to the left. He said, quote, I believe the outcome will be irrelevant. In response to the same video, Thomas Crooks issued what sounds a lot like a digital manifesto. Quote, in my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people or politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them. Any sort of head-to-head fight is suicide, and even ambush or surprise attacks likely aren't going to end well. These remarks were especially notable because they came at the final phase of Crooks's YouTube commenting. At that point, a new character emerged into the conversation, a user named Willie Tepes, who started pressuring Crooks to commit violence. For example, quote, if a gun and a badge is all that is needed, then authority obviously comes from the barrel of a gun. We have more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point, so you better just get used to the idea. We have nothing to lose and everything to win. And the alternative, a global police state, is unacceptable. Nothing in life is simple, but that is no argument against doing it. So who is this Willie Tepes? Unfortunately, we don't know. The FBI hasn't made any mention of him in public, although they certainly know he exists. Just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes' YouTube account page, despite the fact he had very few followers. To the extent that he can be traced online now, you can find his username being used on a foreign Antifa website. Those sites link him to the Nordic Resistance Movement, which has been designated a terrorist group by the U.S. State Department. That's all we know. We do know, however, that Crooks's online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. Regardless of whoever Willie Tepes is or was and what his motives may have been, who he may have been working for, there is no doubt that Crooks was ripe for recruitment by someone. From early 2019 to mid-2020, as his political views were evolving, Crooks searched for Trump more than 700 times online. He also searched for Jack Ruby, the man who assassinated Lee Harvey Oswald. He then submitted queries for craziest chemical reactions, cars running over protesters, best places for mass shooting El Paso, Trump Civil War, Orlando shooting reaction, firing an AR-15 as fast as possible, fertilizer bomb, how to make napalm, how to make a Molotov cocktail, mass shooting Canada, Oklahoma bombing, and sniper in Dallas shooting. He also searched for American Nazi Party, German national anthem 1933-1945, Hitler's speeches with subtitles, neo-Nazis, and, quote, why gays need to go. Hate to brag, but we're pretty confident this show is the most vehemently pro-dog podcast you're ever going to see. We can take or leave some people, but dogs are non-negotiable. They are the best. They really are our best friends. It's $82 a year. Mentally ill young man with a long record of espousing violence in public. The FBI clearly knew he existed. And then you have, at the very end of his years commenting in public, espousing violence, an exchange with a mysterious figure affiliated with a group that we know is being monitored by the U.S. State Department. It turns out that around the same time that Thomas Crooks was making these searches and posting overt threats of violence against public figures on YouTube, the FBI was issuing contracts to private sector tech surveillance firms to harness the power of mass data collection tools that would monitor social media for people just like Thomas Crooks. It's hard to imagine that Thomas Crooks, who was making these posts publicly and in his own name, had not been identified and looked at closely by federal law enforcement. In fact, it's impossible to imagine. What do we know? Well, we know that the FBI had access to these YouTube comments, and rather than giving us valuable information about them, giving us a sense of why Thomas Crooks did what he did, They used a selective read of those comments to lie about what Thomas Crooks was thinking. 2.5 weeks after the attack on July 30th, a source familiar with the investigation told CNN that, quote, federal investigators are looking into a YouTube account possibly connected to Crooks in which the user espoused political violence as well as anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes. Well, of course, it wasn't possibly connected to Thomas Crooks, as the FBI knew full well it was Thomas Crooks's account. There was never any question about that. And yet the same day, the FBI's then deputy director made the same dishonest claim before Congress. The week previous, then FBI Director Christopher Wray publicly questioned whether Trump was even shot.
With respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that hit his ear.
In February 2025, the New York Post reported that, quote, the FBI has obstructed efforts to solve the mystery of why Thomas Matthew Crooks, who left no manifesto, did what he did. And this fact, said the Post, left local law enforcement as well as Crooks's former friends, classmates, and teachers frustrated. The level of lying and obstruction is shocking. Less than a month after the shooting, Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, a former police officer, traveled to Butler to conduct his own investigation into what happened. When he arrived, he discovered a disturbing fact. The FBI released Crooks's body for cremation 10 days after July 13th. This wasn't known to the public until Higgins arrived in Butler on August 5th, when the coroner told the congressman, quote, he would never have released Crooks's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. The timing of Crooks's cremation is notable. The day Crooks's body was burned was also the day the House Homeland Security and Oversight Committees had begun their investigations into the shooting. The fact the body was cremated made it impossible for investigators outside the FBI to verify the coroner and autopsy report. You can't do a new tox screen because the body doesn't exist. According to Higgins, quote, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort. Another notable detail is that photos from the day after the shooting show an FBI agent hosing down the site where Crooks died. High-level intelligence officials and congressional sources told us this is very strange, and that the FBI usually hires out crime scene cleanup to third-party contractors. But in this case, they did it themselves, leaving no blood and no tissue for anyone else to analyze. In the photo, the agent's shirt says he's from the Technical Hazards Response Unit, a unit that collects traditional forensic evidence contaminated with hazardous materials. After the shooting, the FBI sent Crooks's phone to the Bureau's laboratory at Quantico, Virginia. Agents there were able to open it in less than 40 minutes using technology from an Israeli tech firm called Celebrate. According to the Post, FBI officials who served under President Joe Biden accessed Crooks's phone, computer, and his encrypted messaging apps in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany. Yet none of the online activity the FBI has discovered was referred to in any way in the final congressional report that was released in December of 2024.
By the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on?
That was a good question, a question that most people thought would be answered by the new administration. Within weeks of retaking office, Donald Trump told the New York Post's Miranda Devine that he had, quote, ordered the Secret Service on Friday to provide him every bit of information about his two would-be assassins.
You've had 2 assassination attempts, one obviously where you got hit by that bullet in Butler. There's a lot of frustration that we still don't know about that shooter in Butler, and we don't know about his communications. We get stonewalled all the time asking questions about it. Is there frustration on your part? Will we get transparency? Will we know the bottom line story?
It's very interesting because we have great people. I think Pam is incredible. I think Cash is incredible. And they're doing a great job. They're being recognized as doing a great job.
But you're the president. Can't you
find out? No, I know. I'm relying on my people to tell me what it is.
But his people insist there's nothing there, and they don't seem interested in finding out more.
How come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's 2 reasons.
two open, ongoing prosecutions. But we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico. We've both done the laboratory testing. We've both seen the explosives analysis. We've both seen the firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent, and my personal friendship as the director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. In some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there.
What a baffling thing to say. Thomas Crooks is dead, of course. There was no trial against Thomas Crooks. And by the way, they weren't misspeaking. This wasn't an accident. We know that because the director of the FBI said the same thing once again under oath in front of Congress in September.
When your predecessor sat right there in that seat a couple of years, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I did get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee. And I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we are still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit them for the record, please. I'd like to ask you, sir, and the FBI, under your leadership, would you please respond to these questions, and can you commit to doing that?
As soon as the trial's over.
But if it's true that there's nothing here, then the FBI has a very strange way of showing it. In July of 2024, a bipartisan group of senators led by Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin sent a letter, quote, requesting records related to the July 13th, 2024 assassination attempt. Fully a year later, the FBI still had not responded. What is this about? This summer, Senator Johnson issued a new subpoena, noting that, quote, nearly a year after the assassination attempt, and the initiation of the subcommittee's investigation, the FBI has repeatedly failed to produce the subcommittee records and information critical to its investigation. In the subpoena, they demanded pictures and images related to the assassination, video footage, forensic reports, records related to FBI interviews, and notably, all records referring or relating to any of Thomas Crooks's electronic devices, digital or financial accounts, or online search history.
What are you telling us?
I am totally unsatisfied. I am totally unsatisfied. You had a person with a modern rifle, modern scoped rifle at 130 yards who shot at the former commander-in-chief of the United States and a guy who was going to be, by all accounts at that point, the future commander-in-chief. And then they tried to kill my father 8 weeks later, you know, at his golf course in Palm Beach County, a golf course that I run every single day. I am totally unsatisfied that we have one picture of that shooter. The guy looks like he was 14 years old in the picture. We know nothing about him. We know nothing about him. Right. And I am totally unsatisfied with the result. And I think a lot of America is unsatisfied with the result. And I think we better get to the bottom of exactly what happened.
Are you telling me there's a conspiracy here that you believe that Eric Trump believes resulted in the assassination attempt?
Yes, I think they tried to kill my father because they did not want his voice on that stage.
Unfortunately, the reality is that the FBI, as of today, is not only stonewalling, but is actively preventing an honest look at what happened in Butler. Within days of the shooting, FBI agents collected all the relevant surveillance footage. That includes footage from local businesses, the state police, and critically, the gun range where Thomas Crooks trained. Did he train alone? We don't know, because to this day, the FBI refuses to release the footage. They confirmed it exists. They confirmed the existence of one gaming account, and then publicly said a few days later the account wasn't real. Was that incompetence, or are they lying? Within a day of the shooting, the social media companies that hosted Crooks's comments took his accounts offline. In some cases, the records of those comments in the Internet Archive were also erased. Did the FBI order that too? What we do know is that on the day of the attacks, Thomas Crooks got extremely lucky, miraculously lucky. After he arrived at the Butler County Fairgrounds on the morning of the shooting, Thomas Crooks conducted surveillance by flying his drone over the rally site. He flew that drone for 11 minutes. It just so happened the Secret Service's anti-drone system were down at exactly the same moment. What are the odds? Later that afternoon, police officers saw Crooks loitering with a backpack and a rangefinder. They identified him as a suspicious person, which he clearly was, but quickly lost track of him. And so Crooks climbed to the top of the American Glass Research Building. That happened to be the only building in the area that did not have a video surveillance system. It was also, remarkably, inexplicably, outside the Secret Service's security perimeter, despite the fact it was very close to the stage. 2 local police officers assigned to the building saw Crooks, but they didn't report him. A third officer who was supposed to be there left early. At 6:11 p.m., Crooks opened fire from the rooftop.
Take a look at what happened.
Within the vacuum left by the FBI and its total unwillingness to explain what had happened, the media were able to leverage the shooting to serve its own political ends. On ABC, we learned that this happened because white men own guns.
It was, a 20-year-old lone wolf, white, whack job with easy access to a gun. And we have to have a conversation about that.
And within days of the shooting, U.S. intelligence officials started leaking about a supposed plot by the Iranian government to kill Trump. There was never any evidence that if you were planning a regime change war against Iran, you might claim otherwise.
Let me read to you this breaking news that we are reporting from 3 U.S. officials who have been briefed on the matter. The U.S. obtained intelligence in recent weeks about an Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump.
The stonewalling, the lying, the persistent unwillingness to explain anything, all of it makes you wonder, what are they hiding? If the leadership of the FBI and the DOJ had any desire whatsoever to prove to the public that there's in fact nothing there, they could do that. But first they would have to answer these questions. Was Thomas Crooks known to federal law enforcement before the shooting? Was he known to local law enforcement before the shooting? And if not, why not? Who is Willie Tepes, and was he known to federal law enforcement? Is Willie Tepes linked to any violent organizations? Is he linked to any governments? And if so, then around the time of the shooting, did the FBI have assets inside those organizations? If Crooks wasn't known to anyone in authority before the shooting, how was he able to post hundreds of violent extremist comments under his real name between 2019 and 2020 without being detected by law enforcement or intel agencies at a time we know they were monitoring social media? Were those comments, including specific assassination threats against specific public officials, ever reported to YouTube? Other users complained about them. Did YouTube know? Why is the FBI telling us that they'll release this information, quote, after the trial, when there is no trial? Why did an FBI agent from the Technical Hazards Response Unit hose down the crime scene the day after the attack? That seems very strange. What happened on the roof of the American Glass Research Building for the 10 seconds after Crooks's last shot until he was killed by the Secret Service? Does the FBI have surveillance footage of Thomas Crooks shooting that day? Was the FBI present at the medical examiner's autopsy? Are there still blood samples? Can they be examined by outside authorities? When Congress demanded the autopsy, did the FBI restrict what the examiner could tell the Congress? When the FBI cleared the coroner to release Crooks's body for cremation, did they keep tissue samples, brain tissue samples, spinal cord samples, or spinal fluid samples? Law enforcement sources told us that in a typical investigation in a crime of this nature, it would be normal to preserve all of that, those samples. If the FBI didn't, why not? And who made that decision to destroy what could be critical evidence in an attempted murder case? FBI agents went to the same gun range that Thomas Crooks was using. Who were those agents, and did any of them at any time have any contact with Thomas Crooks? Who did he train with exactly, and why can't we know? Was Thomas Crooks taking drugs that might have turned up on the toxicology report, but that weren't listed somehow? On what date specifically did FBI agents stop investigating Thomas Crooks's online presence? Why did the former deputy director of the FBI, Paul Abate, suggest to Congress that Crooks was a right-winger when he clearly wasn't? Was the FBI aware of Crooks's public comments before the shooting, many of which are openly violent, that included specific assassination attempts involving public officials? Who was Thomas Crooks in communication with in the days before the attack? What does his burner phone show? And in fact, why did he have a burner phone and encrypted foreign email accounts? Who are the government officials trying to link Iran to the shooting? Why did the FBI suggest that he had no digital footprint in the first place when the FBI had a great deal of evidence, hundreds and hundreds of comments from his digital activity? And what's on the other dozen accounts that the FBI clearly had access to? How long had Thomas Crooks been planning to commit an assassination? If there's nothing there, if they tell you this is just a lone nut who gave no indication he might do this, then what is stopping the FBI from at least giving the facts to Congress? Because if there's nothing there, these should be very easy questions to answer. We're excited to announce a new partner of our show, Poncho Outdoor.
Have seen him do all year long. He acts like a madman when this stuff comes up. He will do anything, no matter how bad it makes him look. Even if he has to turn to his own base and say, if you don't believe that this stuff is all a Biden, Obama, Hillary, Comey hoax, you're an idiot, and I don't want your support. That's what he's told his own supporters. So Donald Trump is scared to death about this Epstein stuff. So none of these emails released today provide any kind of definitive proof that Trump took part in any kind of sex trafficking. They raise questions about his knowledge of what was going on. They raise questions about his proximity to the activities of Epstein and Maxwell, what he knew, when he knew it, and why he never reported it. There are no smoking guns in what was released today. There's no proof that Trump did anything wrong yet, but there are strong suggestions in the materials released today that Trump knew things about Epstein and that Epstein knew things about Trump that could hurt Trump, criminal things. Now, in 2011, we have the entry of a woman in Florida named Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi becomes the Florida Attorney General. She does not pursue any further actions against Epstein or his associates. What she did do, though, was in 2013, Trump University up in New York was in big trouble under fraud investigation. He gets in big trouble, has to pay out money in New York. Well, down in Florida, citizens of Florida who had also been duped and robbed or defrauded by Trump, they were trying to get Florida to do the same thing New York did. But what does Trump do? Trump gives Pam Bondi a $25,000 campaign donation. And for some reason, Pam Bondi decides to decline all of the demands from her own constituents in Florida to pursue charges against Trump University. Screw these victims. You say, well, the Trump Foundation giving money to Pam Bondi, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it is that it was illegal. In fact, he had to pay the IRS a huge penalty for improper political donation. It was a bribe is what it was. So he ends up in 2016, gets elected president of the United States, of course, with massive financial support from elite Zionist donors like billionaires Sheldon and Miriam Adelson, people like them. Immediately appoints Alex Acosta as his Secretary of Labor, which pisses off Epstein's victims, rightfully so. Just 24 days into his administration, his national security advisor, Michael Flynn, registered Democrat, gets in big trouble. He's forced to resign because he lied to Vice President Mike Pence and he perjured himself to the FBI about his secret negotiations with Russia, trying to prevent the United Nations resolution condemning illegal Israeli settlement building. May 9th, 2017, Donald Trump does something pretty radical. He fires the FBI director, James Comey. Why did he do that? Because James Comey had agreed to sit down to dinner at Trump's request, Trump asked him to play ball. He asked him to drop the FBI investigation into Mike Flynn. Why would Trump care about that? I'll tell you why. Because Mike Flynn was operating on behalf of the government of Israel, and he was offering to relieve sanctions on Russia in exchange for their pro-Israel vote at the UN. So Comey says, no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to end the investigation into him. So Trump fired him. Robert Mueller gets appointed as special prosecutor to investigate this whole Russiagate thing. Was there foreign election interference on behalf of the Trump campaign in 2016? Didn't find a whole lot from Russia. Not a whole lot there. But you know what they did find that they didn't make a big deal about, but I've got a copy of the Mueller report. What they found was that Israel, or at least private intelligence companies from Israel, including Psy Group and Black Cube, did play a role in illegal election interference. Do they go after Israel for this? No. Isn't it crazy how no matter what happens, whether it's Israeli spy Michael Pollard, the USS Liberty going back to the Johnson days, no matter what Israel does to harm the United States of America and its people, our politicians always do whatever is in the interest of Israel over what is in the interest of the American people. That's exactly what's going on right now with these Epstein files. That's the main reason that there's so much pressure on Trump to not release them. Maybe there is absolutely nothing in there that would show that Donald Trump himself personally did anything sexually inappropriate with any of these children. I accept that as a very real possibility. I'm open to the idea that he did do something, but my concern more than anything else is that it's clear that this was a Mossad operation and Donald Trump is covering up for Israel. That is it. That's the elephant in the room. July 6, 2019. That's when Epstein is arrested at Teterboro Airport. And who gets appointed as one of the prosecutors on Epstein's sex trafficking case? There's a named Maureen Comey, the daughter of James Comey. Just weeks after that is when Alex Acosta resigned as the labor secretary. Following month, August 2019, Epstein dies under disputed circumstances in prison. Trump's attorney general, former CIA agent Bob Barr, personally visits the prison to investigate the matter. Funny, isn't it, how the lawyers close to Trump always end up going in to personally investigate on behalf of their boss what's going on. Barr's father, you may remember, was a former OSS agent. The predecessor of the CIA was the OSS. Bob Barr's dad was Donald Barr. He had been in the OSS, then he ends up as the headmaster at Dalton Academy, when the completely uneducated, unqualified Jeff Epstein is given a job there as a teacher. August 2019, following Epstein's death, Maureen Comey, she transitions to focusing not on Epstein, but going after his associates, main one being Ghislaine Maxwell. December 2019, the U.S. House of Representatives impeaches President Trump. To defend himself in the Senate trial, that Senate impeachment trial, Trump hires who? Out of all the lawyers in America, who does he hire? He hires Jeff Epstein's lawyers. He brings in Alan Dershowitz. He brings in Kenneth Starr. And you know who else he brought to serve on that team with Epstein's lawyers? Pam Bondi. So you've got Pam Bondi, Alan Dershowitz, Ken Starr working together on behalf of Trump. In 2020, Ghislaine Maxwell is arrested. Maureen Comey is appointed to lead that prosecution against Ghislaine Maxwell. July 21st, at a White House briefing, reporters asked Trump about Ghislaine Maxwell. Hey, there's this child sex trafficker named Ghislaine Maxwell that you spent years partying with. She was at your wedding, remember? What do you think about her being arrested? I just wish her well, frankly. Wait a second, what did that guy just say? Did the president of the United States just wish a notorious child sex trafficker wish her well? Let's clarify. So in an Axios interview the following month, he was asked again, you said this thing about wishing her well. Yeah, I wish her well. He repeated it. December 29th, 2021, New York jury finds Ghislaine Maxwell guilty on 5 out of 6 counts of sex trafficking a minor conspiracy, transporting a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. And she is sentenced, in June, she is sentenced to 20 years in federal prison. Jump forward to June 2024. You got Donald Trump on the campaign trail, and he's asked about the Epstein files. Hey, we hear the FBI has got over 100,000 pages of documents about Jeff Epstein. If you are reelected, what will you do? And Trump says he would release the files. September 2024, Lex Friedman is interviewing him, asks him about releasing the Epstein files. How do you feel about that? Donald Trump told Lex Friedman he would have no problem releasing the files. January 2025, here we are. We're starting to catch up to present day. Trump takes office in January, and who does he appoint as his Secretary of Commerce? Howard Lutnick. Who is Howard Lutnick? Jeff Epstein's next door neighbor. Literally. Epstein in this townhouse, Lutnick in the one on the other side of the wall. He appoints Pam Bondi, the woman who worked with Dershowitz and Starr, the woman who took a bribe down in Florida to turn against her own constituents and not go after Trump University, the woman who served with Epstein's attorneys to defend Donald Trump, is appointed the U.S. Attorney General. Then you get these nitwits, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, appointed as Director and Deputy Director of the FBI. All along, they were talking about, oh yeah, we're part of you, MAGA. We're going to get those files. We're going to release them. We're never going to give up on this. Save the children. February 21st of this year, Attorney General Bondi tells Fox News that the Epstein client list is, quote, sitting on my desk right now. She said she was going to review the files and then release them. Also in February, Patel and Bongino, a promise any Epstein hidden records are going to be uncovered and we're going to give them to the American people. Then an order comes from the White House, the Department of Justice, the Attorney General's office, the FBI. These are all part of the Department of Justice. Pam Bondi is given some instructions before you go releasing any of this stuff. See if Trump's name is in there. And so she orders a team of over 1,000 personnel comb through the Epstein files before anything is released. We now know that in March, Bondi went back to Trump and said, guess what? Your name is everywhere in these files. So what does he do? He goes and he says, all right, Pam, I'm going to give you a deputy attorney general who is loyal to me. I know because he was my personal attorney in my criminal trial in New York, Todd Blanche. And so you have Trump's personal attorney, Pam Bondi, linked with the Zionists and with the Epstein gang as our head of the Department of Justice, our attorney general. Her deputy is Trump's personal attorney who represented him in a criminal trial. Do you really think that Bondi and Todd Blanche are going to administer justice in a neutral way? Or do you think they're there to do what their boss tells them to do, which is to protect him and his associates at all costs? May 19th, 2025. Here comes old Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. They sit down and they say, you know what? There's no evidence that Jeff Epstein was killed by any other person. Everything says he killed himself. There's no evidence to the contrary. Anyone who suggests anything otherwise is a conspiracy theorist. Now, July 9th, we've got Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu flying into Washington, D.C. to pressure Trump to attack Iran, which, of course, we know Trump did. And you know what gift they gave Netanyahu? They had Pam Bondi go out and announce that the Department of Justice, their review of the 100,000 or so pages of the Epstein files, found no evidence of any wrongdoing by anybody other than Jeff Epstein alone. That's it. There's no blackmail list. There's no names there of anyone else who has done anything wrong. There's no correspondence that suggests there might be any other co-conspirators out there. And she said, basically, she didn't say it in these words, but she basically said, you know, that couple months ago when I was talking about that list on my desk, it doesn't actually exist. When I said the list was on my desk, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean what I said. So there is an eruption of fury within the MAGA circle online. Good job. Good job. You should be outraged. So Trump tries to get control of this backlash by repeatedly claiming that the Epstein files are a hoax. They were I mean, how can he even say this with a straight face? You know, I get it. Trump can say anything with a straight face. How can his supporters repeat this with a straight face? The 100,000 pages of Epstein files, including all of these emails that have the, you know, all the source code and everything, they were written by Barack Obama, by Hillary Clinton, by Biden, and by James Comey. And anyone, including his supporters, who believes otherwise are weak. He told you, MAGA, if you don't believe that Obama wrote the Epstein files, you are weak. Are you weak? Did you vote for Trump? Are you weak? You are weak, according to Donald Trump. If you believe that there is truth, that there are legitimate records about Jeff Epstein and his activities. He said he doesn't want your support if you believe that they're real. He said that. I'm not making it up. July 15th. That is the day that Thomas Massie and Kana introduced bipartisan petition to force a vote to release the Epstein files. The very next day, what did Trump do? The very next day, what did he do? Trump has the Justice Department hire Maureen Comey. Was Comey going after Trump? No. Who was Comey going after? Ghislaine Maxwell. Donald Trump had the #1 person in the world going after Ghislaine Maxwell, got her fired. A couple weeks later, the Republican-led U.S. House Oversight Committee, they voted 8-2. The Republican-controlled Oversight Committee voted 8-2 to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell. Come haul her ass in front of Congress and make her testify under oath to what she knew about all this. And on that same day, Republican-led Government Operations Committee also voted to subpoena Maxwell to testify to Congress. And you know what their vote was? It was unanimous. You now have the U.S. House of Representatives, 2 different committees voting to subpoena Maxwell. What does Trump do? He has Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, who is a Christian Zionist and a total Trump bootlicker, has him recess Congress for the summer early. And Johnson admitted on camera that the reason he was recessing early was to shut down the efforts to pull Maxwell in front of Congress and give Trump space to handle the situation. And how did Trump handle it? July 24th, he dispatched his own personal attorney, Todd Blanche, to meet privately with Ghislaine Maxwell. Unprecedented move. Utter, on its face, corrupt, conflict of interest, indefensible. He gives her immunity from prosecution for any statement she makes. Now, this is Donald Trump. This is the guy who represented Donald Trump in a criminal trial in New York. What do you think they're saying in private? You think it might have something like, you know, that guy that keeps wishing you well, that guy who knows that you've got a mountain of dirt on him, that guy who knows everything that you saw him do? What do you think about getting some little perks? Like, how about we move you to a better, cushier prison? How about, I don't know, let's say we'll not do it yet, but what about maybe a pardon where you don't have to serve your 20-year sentence? And if you don't think that Donald Trump will pardon sex traffickers, have you been watching the news? Have you not seen the last month? So what does Ghislaine Maxwell do? She tells Todd Blanche, she's like, oh yeah, I'll put it on tape. He's got it. He records. I never saw Trump do anything. He was a perfect gentleman. And then we start to hear rumors leaking from the White House that Trump was considering giving a pardon to Maxwell. Maxwell's own lawyer on July 25th suggested it. And when Trump was asked about it, he said, it's not the time. He didn't say, no, I'm not going to pardon that convicted child sex trafficker. He said, not yet. He'll pardon her before it's over. Guaranteed. So what else does he do for her? He transfers her to from a low security prison in Tallahassee to a minimum security camp in Texas. Special treatment for a convicted sex trafficker. Why would you do that? Why would you do a favor for a convicted sex trafficker who just gave a statement saying, oh yeah, Donald Trump's a great guy. He's a perfect gentleman. What if this had been Barack Obama who did it? What if Barack Obama had been in office, MAGA, and someone who everyone knows was involved in child sex trafficking, probably has got some serious dirt on Obama and his involvement? What if Obama sent his personal criminal attorney to go meet with that sex trafficker, sends a box of goodies, transfers the sex trafficker into a better facility, and says, when asked, are you going to pardon this person? And your answer is not yet. MAGA, are you telling me that you would say, oh yeah, this is totally normal? Of course not. You would be up in arms, and rightly so. Now, it should come as no surprise that Trump is in full-blown panic mode right now. He can't stop the Democrats from, he can't flip them and get them to take their names off the petition. But what he's spent the day doing is everything he can to try and pressure the couple of Republicans who have signed onto this petition, trying to get them to take their names off it. I mean, can you imagine this? How you think about this? This is the U.S. president trying to strong-arm members of his own party to get them to stop trying to get files released that would show the American public more information about the biggest sex trafficking operation in U.S. history. How can you be against that? What is the rationale for Trump supporters? The only thing you can do is to buy into that, you parrot that stupid line about how, oh, well, there's nothing of value in it because it's all a Democrat hoax. Obama wrote the files. Comey wrote the files. Most Trump supporters are not going to say that because they know how damn stupid it is. So he's been going after signatories. He's not going to bother with Thomas Massie. Massey's loving this, and he should. And kudos to Thomas Massie for leading the charge on this. But he went after Lauren Boebert, a staunch supporter of Trump, had her come sit down in the Situation Room with Trump's enforcers in the DOJ. Sit down with Pam Bondi, sit down with Todd Blanche, sit down with Kash Patel, trying to pressure her to take her name off the petition. Fortunately, she stood firm. Likewise, Trump has been trying to get one of the other Republicans who has signed this petition calling for a full House vote, Representative Nancy Mace. He's been trying to get her. Now, she ghosted him for most of the day. She sent a text message to Donald Trump directly. And she released a statement saying, I will never abandon other survivors. What does she mean by that? She herself has a personal history with sex assault and domestic violence. When she was 14 years old, her coach at school had a friend who molested her. She's saying, no, I am not going to, on behalf of other girls who have gone through what I have been through, they deserve justice, they deserve transparency, and I will not betray them. There is going to be a vote next week, full House vote, to release the files. Doesn't mean the files will be immediately released. They won't be. But there will be a full House vote trying to compel the Department of Justice to release all of the files that they have. Now, when you've got Bondi with her history with Epstein's lawyers, when you've got Trump surrounded by, people doing his bidding, when you have Todd Blanche, when you've got people who used to be MAGA faithful, like Patel and Bongino, flip-flopping and now towing the line and gaslighting their own people that got them where they are. You cannot rely on this corrupt Department of Justice to, one, to give all of the documents to begin with, or two, to give them in a way that is useful, because they could just go through and black everything out, redact everything. So there's still a long way to go, but this is progress. This is crazy, brazen corruption, all designed to either protect Trump personally or to protect someone or something more powerful than Trump, like a network that maybe has dirt on him. Or it could be both. But it can't be neither. Trump would not go to this degree, throw his own supporters under the bus, do all of these things that on their face are corrupt, like sending his own attorney to go talk privately with Maxwell and then giving her these perks. He would not be doing this if there wasn't something very big and significant that he is afraid of. And that is the exact thing that we need to be made aware of as American citizens. Because if it turns out that he has had something to do with child rape, we need to get him the hell out of office. Set that aside. If the problem is that he is aware that there is a, say, a foreign government like Israel that has a spy network that is using child rape as a way to get blackmail on powerful people to try and control our government, which is basically what we assume the Epstein operation was, we need to know that. So whether it's to find out if Trump did it or if it's to find out who Trump is protecting and why, this needs to happen. So don't let it go.
Trump's name is all over them. He lied. If this is a distraction, then why doesn't Trump release the files then? Now that we have the 20,000 emails, we know that he lied. This is a crisis of Trump's own making. You have no one to blame but yourself.
Nick Fuentes just shared the cold, hard truth about Trump and the Epstein files, or let's just be real, the Epstein cover-up. He gets into in this clip how we got to this point, why it shows Trump is a liar, and why the contents of some of these leaked emails really lead people to suspect the worst when it comes to Trump and his complicity in possible Epstein crimes. So let's watch. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel.
Our featured story, we're going to talk all about the Epstein files, which were finally published this week, although not all of them. And you might recall where we left off on this story. Trump had closed this case in July. And understand what actually took place. He didn't stall. He didn't postpone the release of the files. He didn't even say he wouldn't release them. In July, he said there are no files. Trump said there are no Epstein files. They don't exist. There aren't any. He said the only thing that is left to disclose is all child porn. In other words, it's the actual video or photo recordings of underage girls. He said those are the only articles of evidence that are out there. There's no emails, there's no text, letters, there's no other persons of interest, no third parties, there's no other investigations. They said none of that is real. Not only is it a lie, but it's a cover-up. Now you're actively complicit and involved in the cover-up of the Epstein conspiracy, which is arguably worse. And so this happened back in July. Congress was about to go into recess for the summer, but they took their recess almost a month early because Republicans and Democrats were going to work together to force the DOJ to release the files. So Congress literally went home early. They shut down all their official business and they went home early for no reason other than that if they stayed in session, they might have been forced to release the Epstein files.
Right. They might have been forced to stay and release files that supposedly didn't exist. And this was a clash between Thomas Massie and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, with Massie trying to force a vote on this before being dismissed. Well, Massie came up with a discharge petition route, which might work this week with 218 signatures, and a new Democratic congressman sat this week that may lead that to fruition. Nick's mostly right. You know, Trump said there was essentially nothing there. At one point, he even called it a Democratic hoax. And at another point, he said, well, it's boring. You don't want to see what's there. Yeah, we still want to see what's there, by the way, Trump. And then he blamed everyone else but himself, to the point of Truth Socialing that if you want to uncover the truth about the Epstein story, you're not my real supporter. Things like that. And in that press conference saying, why is everyone still talking about Epstein? So this is where we're at. You know, at the very least, Trump was involved in this cover-up, even if you don't think that he was involved in Jeffrey Epstein's nefarious crimes. But in what way is he making it look like he wasn't by the way that they behaved? So at the very least, he's complicit in this cover-up.
So they went into recess. Then when they returned, there was the government shutdown. It's interesting timing, isn't it? Sort of convenient. Then all of a sudden, the Democrats shut down the government for no reason at all. They shut down early. Then they go on recess. Then they come back, and for literally no reason, the Democrats said it was about Obamacare subsidies. But as we discussed earlier in the week, they agreed to open the government without getting Obamacare subsidies. So that was not the real reason. They shut down the government, and it's the longest government shutdown in history. 45 days. Now that the government has reopened, okay, understand the timeline. This has been like a 4-month shutdown from July. The DOJ shuts it down on July 7th. Congress goes into recess a couple weeks after that. They come back, longest government shutdown ever. They just reopened the government this week. And now here it is. The House Oversight Committee releases the first tranche of Epstein files. Maybe this is the most obvious thing about the files. The release of this batch of 20,000 emails proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, it is black and white, undeniable, that Trump is a liar. Trump lied about the files, and he lied in the furtherance of a conspiracy and a cover-up.
That's exactly right. How can you call it any differently? These files existed. They were divulged. They have been periodically. There were leaked emails between Epstein and Ehud Barak released about a month ago. I'm not sure that the U.S. government was even privy to that cache. Maybe they were, but those were leaked about a month ago. And then we had these 20,000 new files unleashed upon the public via the House Oversight Committee, with Trump at the same time digging his heels in, saying there's nothing to see here. You know, creating red herrings like, hey, we can seek out grand jury testimony under the approval of this judge in Manhattan that won't rule in my favor. And by the way, you know, if we do that, it'll probably be heavily redacted. And it will take months and months and months. It was a red herring. These files existed. We see them. They're in the form of leaked emails. And let's just say there's stuff there. There's stuff there that's really interesting, that's worth exploring. You know, private emails between Epstein and people of prominence like Maxwell and Steve Bannon and Trump biographer Michael Wolff talking about some of these things. And there's tons of stories out there. Some of them, I think, are more genuine in terms of their journalistic quality than others. But there's stuff here, man. So, yes, Trump categorically was a liar about this. And if you're, still sitting on the fence on this and actually have looked into it and still are sitting on the fence when it comes to Trump, I have to doubt your sincerity and your honesty and your integrity, actually.
Of the Epstein scandal. Because what his Department of Justice said in July is that there are no files. They didn't say there are no persons of interest. They didn't say there is no third-party investigation. They didn't say that there's nothing germane to a future investigation. They said there are no files, and they insisted upon this for months. They denied the existence of the files. And we all knew that was a lie. We knew that because it was reported to us that in May, Trump instructed the FBI to go through those files and look for his name. And they found it all over the place. And they told him that. And Trump lied that he didn't know whether his name was in the files. But he did because he was worried about it. He knew it. And he got the FBI to comb through the files and confirm it.
Yeah, which is interesting, too, because he's been forthcoming about his relationship with Epstein. They had a long personal relationship, personal friendship. He's been pretty forthcoming about that in various interviews. Doesn't bring it up voluntarily, of course. But at the same time, we shouldn't be surprised that his name was in the files themselves. Of course, he was the president of the United States when Epstein was arrested the second time, and he had a long-term friendship with him. Of course, his name would be in the files, but it does seem to be that there is this paranoia to try to cover up whatever was in those files, given the association to Trump. And I think that's what we're getting at here.
Then months later, he said there are no files. Well, as of yesterday, now that we have the 20,000 emails, we know that he lied. There are Epstein files, and what was delivered to the public were emails and other communications, and they do contain Trump's name. And some of it is relevant, and some of it is not, and some of it we can chalk it up to a personal rivalry or feud, and maybe some of it is relevant.
By the way, I agree with that entire conception after reviewing these files for 12 hours and picking out some things that I think are interesting. Maybe we'll bring that in at the very end. I think that's a proper conception of what this is. Some of it is interesting. Some of it isn't. Some of it, is obfuscated by the legacy media that's trying to cover it in a way where other testimony kind of negates what they're trying to get at. But that's a fair conception. There is stuff here for sure.
But what we know at the minimum is that Trump lied about the files to cover them up. That is awfully suspicious given that Jeffrey Epstein died under the custody of Trump's government in 2019. And people forget this. But Epstein was rearrested by Trump's DOJ. He was rearrested when Trump was president. And where Epstein died, where he allegedly killed himself, it was in a facility that was technically under the jurisdiction of Bill Barr, Trump's attorney general. So this is not a good look.
To say the least, it's not a good look. Even if you don't have a smoking gun, which I haven't seen from the emails yet, this has corruption written all over it. And it just goes to show that this whole thing was fraudulent. When you're the administration that's supposed to bring forward anti-corruption programs, the cornerstone of your platform is drain the swamp, America first, root out the corruption, take down the elites at the heart of the corruption. And this is what you give us. This is what has caused so much of Trump's support to peel away. And that happened, I think, the moment he said, "Why are you guys still talking about Epstein?" I think that was the moment people lost it. What's happened since then has only vindicated that, just that disdain that people had for him for saying that even more and more so. But I think that's where it began for good reason.
If a sex trafficker, serial blackmailer, intelligence operative, or mercenary, if he is arrested and dies under mysterious circumstances in Trump's custody, and Trump comes back to power and then covers up all the files relevant to the investigation of that person and his death, it's confirmed that he lies. And when the files come out, he's named all over them. Not a good look, to say the least. That's in the first place. Now, let's talk about Trump's response. Trump says that this entire thing is political. It's a political attack. It's a distraction from Trump's agenda. He says that Democrats are leaning into it. He contends that Thomas Massie, a Republican who has voted for the release of the documents, he says Massie is leaning into it because they are out to get Trump and they want to derail the agenda. And by the way,
I want to derail a cover-up agenda, by the way. I'm with anyone that wants to derail a cover-up agenda, especially when it comes to a child sex trafficking operation that was likely an extension of an Israeli blackmail operation within the United States, by the way. I want to derail that. I wouldn't apologize for that. And thankfully, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie have not apologized for that.
I think there is some truth to this. Has to be. Because it is true that Joe Biden was president for 4 years and Democrats controlled the House and the Senate under Joe Biden. And so if the Democrats wanted disclosure on the files, they could have released it from 2021 to 2023. And if Republicans and Democrats wanted to release the files, they could have done it at any time between 2023 and 2025. There is some truth to that. And you see a lot of Republican operatives on Twitter saying this. This is the line. They say, who cares about Epstein? Some of them argue that Epstein wasn't even a pedophile. They say Epstein was preying on girls who were 15, 16 years old. And other people are saying that that's not technically a child.
Unbelievable if that's what it stooped to. People that wanted transparency in this now covering for Epstein's pedophilia and all the extensions it brings just because Trump is the side of the cover-up now. It's absurd. But Nick's right. The Democrats weren't exactly forthcoming about this information either during Biden. Virtually none of them talked about it. None of them used it as a bludgeon against Trump either, saying, hey, we're releasing these files because Trump's a part of it. The Republicans are part of it. Why? I think both parties have behaved the same way generally because both sides of the uniparty are complicit. That's the Occam's razor. That's the most likely scenario, that this whole thing and the evil doings of Epstein and the child sex trafficking involve multiple people throughout the legal world, the professional world, the business world, the political world, the bureaucratic world, that run the gamut in, the tightly woven left-right dichotomy, which represents the uniparty. That's the most likely scenario. There were a few Democrats that spoke out against this, about transparency in this case during Biden's administration, but very few. Ron Wyden was one of the only few. We've talked about him before. He wanted the wire transfer information from Epstein, the records of that released, which he has seen that he says implicates, some very prominent people. Not implicates, but some of the wire transfers involve very prominent people. He wanted the Senate to be able to subpoena that. This administration hasn't been forthcoming about this. Neither was Biden.
It's maybe unethical, but it's not the same category, which maybe there's some truth to that. But this is sort of the line. They say, if Democrats really cared, they would have gotten to the bottom of it. They say, if Republicans cared, they would have gotten to the bottom of it. They're doing it now for political reasons. That's the Republican line. Here's the problem. And anybody that tells you that, tell them this. If this is a distraction, then why doesn't Trump release the files then? If Trump is innocent, maybe he's named in the files, but it's not criminal. Maybe he's named in the files, but it's not damning. If all it is a big circus and it's just meant to distract from Trump's important work, then why would he not release the files himself?
And that's at the crux of this entire thing, right? If there's nothing there, it's just a distraction, it's just a Democratic hoax, you could release the files and let us make that judgment. Just like you released the JFK files, by the way, with lots of people thinking, hey, this would be a conspiracy. We need transparency here. This will divulge, the last missing pieces of the puzzle to show CIA or Israeli complicity in JFK's death. Well, you gave us those files. You gave those to us. We sorted that out for ourselves. We independently analyzed that and came to that conclusion, whatever conclusion we did about JFK. Why not give us these files? Let us do the same thing. Why? Most people suspect because it's not a distraction. Your behavior precludes it being a distraction by the nature of your behavior in the cover-up.
He runs the DOJ. He runs the FBI. If he picked up the phone and called Pam Bondi, she would do it. If he called Kash Patel, he would do it. The files are under his jurisdiction. He has the power to release them. So this doesn't really work. You can't say it's a giant distraction and the only reason they want to release the files is to hurt me. There's nothing really there. In other words, I'm not guilty. I'm not a criminal. This is just being drummed up basically as a political attack. You can't say that, but at the same time say, I'm going to lie about the existence of the files. I'm going to bury the files. I'm going to actively work to cover them up. Right. And obstinately refuse to release them. You can't have both at the same time. If you're guilty, you're covering them up and we need a valid reason why they're being buried. If you're not guilty and it's just political, then you need to disclose the files and release them. And then there is no political attack. But you can't have it both ways. That much is obvious. And that's the problem.
That is the problem. It's a problem for Trump. It's going to be even more problematic in the days ahead. Because not only in terms of the Israel first mentality that's so pervasive within his administration, it's just unignorable by so many people right now and how that bleeds into our domestic woes, the debt and inflation, but also the Epstein cover-up is affecting his reputation too. He's squandered his presidency in just a year. And a lot of it is from his base that would have otherwise supported him if he didn't act so duplicitous as he is in this situation.
So then people say, what's really going on here? You appoint a congresswoman to get to the bottom of it. You do this big disclosure. It's all fake. The FBI and the DOJ respond, the files are on our desk. Then in May, Trump tells the FBI, go through the files, look for my name, because he knows it's there. They tell him it's there. In July, this is the best part. Bibi Netanyahu visits the White House for the third time on 7/7. 2025. I'm not making this up. Google the timeline. On July 7th, 7/7, add 2 + 5. I'm not a numerology guy, but it's a little weird. In his third visit on 7/7 to celebrate bombing Iran, Netanyahu visits the White House. And the day before he arrives, literally the day before, the DOJ announces there are no files, case closed, it's over.
Yeah, just one more connection between Epstein and Israel. More and more come out each day. And the connection between that visit by Netanyahu and Trump's decision-making here, with all the connections that Epstein has to Israel, and Ehud Barak, the former prime minister and head of IDF intelligence, living at his house for prolonged periods of time. Murtaza Hussein and Ryan Grimm, both fantastic journalists, have done great work at this, uncovering just days ago that in addition to literally brokering a security arrangement between Israel and Mongolia and another one between Israel and the Ivory Coast, literally Epstein worked on behalf of the Israeli government in those two occasions. And he also set up a wire transfer to one of Israel's most prominent spies, Yoni Koren. He worked for Ehud Barak. And this, is blown. The cover of this has been blown. We see this from the leaked emails and the two confirming their bank information in this transfer. So Epstein's work on behalf of the Israeli government isn't just a conspiracy anymore whatsoever. It's tangible. It's very provable.
Trump, for 3 weeks, engages in damage control. He orders the Speaker of the House to close Congress so they don't get forced by Thomas Massie to compel the release of the files. And now here we are 4 months later after the longest shutdown in history, and we see there are files. Trump's name is all over them. He lied. And now 100 Republicans are going to defect and vote in favor of releasing the rest of the files next week.
Doesn't seem like 100 will do that. At least Boebert, Mace, MTG, and Massey will do it. If more join, that's amazing. I hope more join that cause, because we only have 218 signatures to force a vote. That's just to force the vote. So he might be talking about the vote that would be produced by that measure to force the vote. I hope that it gets vast swarms of Republicans to support this, because this might be do or die for them in their own representative districts, by the way. If their constituents find out they voted against this, to divulge the truth in this child sex trafficking operation that the feds are very clearly covering up, they might not last politically. So this is going to be an interesting battle to watch.
This is a crisis of Trump's own making. You have no one to blame but yourself.
Yep.
You can't blame your own base for asking you to do what you promised to do. You can't say that your base doesn't see the bigger picture or they're conspiracy theorists. If you played into that for years, which you did, the chickens have come home to roost now. They leaned into this stuff. They promised it. And you could say they bit off more than they can chew. Then you lied brazenly and openly. You tried to trick people. It didn't work. And now the chickens have come home to roost. And here's the issue. This goes to the center of what the Trump revolution is all about. And I've been saying this for weeks and months and years now. The whole idea behind Trumpism, fundamentally, it's an anti-corruption movement. Don't you know that? At the bottom of it, MAGA, it's not really about being conservative. It's not super conservative. It's not about being libertarian. It's not about being Republican. The core of the MAGA message was about anti-corruption. It was an anti-corruption campaign.
It was an anti-corruption campaign. He's totally right about that. That's the most striking thing about this. I'm so glad that he concluded this segment with that, because that's exactly why this smacks of such rank hypocrisy to the people following this story, is they saw this new populist political movement built upon, this adage that there were elites in power. They had done us wrong. They were corrupt. They sold us into wars, expanded deep state operations to psychologically, operate and propagandize Americans. They were corrupt in their dealings with business. They always allowed the big guy to succeed, through trade monopolies and subsidies and all sorts of things like that. And they allowed the rise of supervillains like Jeffrey Epstein, who got away with the most vile and heinous crimes imaginable in terms of sexual exploitation and rape and molestation. But we're supposed to just believe that it's that administration that can just cover this up, and us not to notice that striking hypocrisy, that striking disconnect between the stated agenda and stated goals of this movement and this administration in the face of this, the Epstein cover-up, and attempt to bury a sex trafficking operation involving innocent victims. Young girls violated. They'll never have the same life that they otherwise would have over this. But we're just supposed to be fine with that. If you're Trump's base, the people doubling down on this and supporting this, what does that say about you if you're still going to support this nonsense and make 40 chess explanations for a cover-up on Epstein, on the Epstein story? It's just so striking. You can't make drain the swamp your mantra and then engage in an Epstein cover-up. You just can't. I mean, you can, but we're seeing the ramifications of what happens when you do. That's what America's seeing right now, and I think Nick is hitting that right on the head here. So I'm going to take more time to investigate these emails. There's lots of interesting things to see in them. I've compiled a list on Twitter that I think is some of the most interesting things. Let's just go right down it really quick. I found that Steve Bannon in one of those leaked emails directly asked Epstein if there was any way that Epstein could get rid of Jerome Powell, who was the Fed chair at that point, still is, or Steve Mnuchin. He was the Treasury Secretary during first Trump term, implying he might have blackmail on these two people. And how do we get rid of them? This was after Bannon had been kind of dismissed by Trump under his first presidency. What's also interesting is Steve Mnuchin worked at Goldman Sachs. And by the way, so did Steve Bannon for a time. That's a real surprise, by the way, that our Treasury Secretary was a Goldman Sachs executive, but I digress. Another thing, and I think this one's being dishonestly reported, is that in an email to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011, Epstein referred to Trump as a dog that hasn't barked. And many people have said this implies, possible complicity in his crimes or molestation. And this email, as it's been presented in the legacy media, it blanks out, it redacts the victim's name. But in the original email, it was Virginia Giuffre. Virginia Giuffre. I think that's how you pronounce it. But this is being led on as a story that, Trump was involved in these crimes. But actually, years later, Giuffre was actually deposed and said that she swore that Trump never flirted with her or made sexual advances on her in any way. The media is still running with this, blanking out the name, hoping that people don't make the connection. And I think researching this to find this out. But this is at least interesting. Also, Epstein and reporter Michael Wolff, he was a Trump biographer, exchanged messages strategizing on the subject of how they could work together to undermine Trump through blackmail. Literally, that is the case, saying that, with Wolff saying that if Trump lied about being on Epstein's plane or to the house, Epstein could use it to his own advantage against them. And from the information I could find, Trump didn't make such denials. And he's repeatedly denied that he's never been on the Lolita Express or the private island. I can't find denials about him not being on Epstein's other properties. I think he's admitted to being on Epstein's other properties in some regard. But in either case, it doesn't seem like that was used. But at the time this was done, Epstein was super, super adversarial toward Trump, seemed to hate him, seemed to loathe him. They did have a schism. In 2015, Epstein asked one reporter from the New York Times if the latter wanted to see photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen. That's from an Epstein email. Thomas responded, yeah, he does want that. He actually said yes with an exclamation point. But there's no indication that Epstein followed up or sent the supposed pics in question, or even if they even existed. But he did write that. That seemed interesting too, right? Another case, Epstein drafted full speeches for his friend Ehud Barak in the Israeli government. When Ehud Barak, he was no longer prime minister at the time or head of IDF intelligence. He was serving as the defense minister in 2014. Epstein authored speeches for him. He literally worked for Israel. And this is just being swept under the rug by the mainstream media. It's a fourth connection to Israel we've found in the last month or so. This describes the other three, the security arrangements I talked about earlier, and the wire transfer to Yoni Koren, who worked under Ehud Barak and was one of Israel's top spies. That's where I found here. Doesn't look good for Trump. Even if he's not complicit in the crimes, the smoking gun is that he was involved in this cover-up. This wasn't a distraction. There was stuff here, and Trump is paying a political price for it. I think well-deserved. There might be more here. We need to do more time looking at these emails, but that's what we're dealing with right now. And I think Nick is right. Trump has no one at all to blame but himself for all of this nonsense. Not even nonsense, just a cover-up of vile crimes, some of the worst crimes. But what do you think? Do you think Nick is right? Is Trump going to be able to get away from this? Is this going to take down Trump's presidency? Is MAGA over? Is it going to be replaced by something else? Will Trump be rejected by more of his base over this? Let me know in the comments down below. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel. Also, if you like this video, please consider supporting my
The water said otherwise. The first boats went down in September. The reporting counted the bodies. Colombia picked up a fisherman and called the strike an extrajudicial killing. Time put the death toll at roughly 75. Washington kept firing. Bogota cut every intelligence channel. The United States sent a supercarrier into the Caribbean and called it policing. Venezuela read it as threat and mobilized almost 200,000 personnel now. Defense commands activated, drills launched. The G7 prepared legality questions. Washington trying to steady the frame with a new mission called Southern Spear now as well. Well, the region had already delivered its answer, hadn't it? The operation launched, but the only thing that got hit was America's own position, as it happens. Right, so the strikes began quietly, without any declaration, without detail, without the scrutiny that would normally follow the launch of missiles in international waters. The United States framed them as counter-narcotics operations. The reporting tracked the pattern. The explosions hit small boats across the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific. The bodies that washed back to shore did not match the language used in Washington, though. Roughly 75 dead now at the latest count. The number sits in its own silence. The fishermen were among the dead, not drug traffickers. We've seen no evidence yet to prove otherwise. Families recognize the vessels. The US descriptions, though, well, they're narco-terrorist assets, aren't they? Well, the wreckage did not support the label. Colombia read the names. The fishermen did not carry weapons. They carried nets. Their families carried the grief into public view. The government responded with plain language. Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, hasn't dressed it up. He's called the missile strikes extrajudicial killings, and that was the end of the diplomatic dance. The line didn't wobble. It cut straight through the usual Washington spin. And then he pulled the plug. Every intelligence channel to the United States shut down in one move. Colombia wasn't going to feed data into an operation that was blowing fishermen out of the water in the Caribbean. There was no translation needed here. The strikes left bodies. The bodies created the anger. The anger snapped the relationship. Washington insisted the operation was built on a counter-drug mandate, though. The Pentagon slid the language into counter-terrorism terminology, like they do. Narco-terrorists gave them reach, you see. Narco-terrorists gave them a legal framing. Narco-terrorists gave them targets. The public saw only the wreckage of fishing boats. The French foreign minister raised the legality of it. France wanted answers at the G7 about what the US was up to. Washington just carried the operations forward. Of course, who did they answer to? The US administration retaliated against Colombia. The visa revocations hit Petro. The sanctions hit officials. The description from Washington accused Colombia of going soft on the traffickers. Colombia described the United States as killing civilians who had not been sentenced to death. Murder, therefore, then. A fisherman became the symbol because his body told the story the Pentagon would not publish. The United States called it a mission, though. Colombia called it murder. The disparity between those descriptions framed the next decisions. The naval build-up carried its own logic. It moved with the pace of escalation rather than policing. The USS Gerald R. Ford entered the Caribbean, the world's largest aircraft carrier, now sitting off the coast of a country the United States has been targeting for years already, chasing that oil under any excuse possible, versus a longtime leader in Nicolas Maduro who will not let them have it. The explanation from Washington was counter-drug operations, so that's what we're expected to believe. But we all know the truth, and abusing military hardware for that aim doesn't change things either. Supercarriers do not pursue fishing boats, you see. It's a little bit of overkill, isn't it? Strike groups do not chase narco skiffs either. It's also a little bit heavy-handed. Caracas read the arrival in the only way possible as the latest in just a very, very long line of threats aimed at them. Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Pedrino Lopez went on air and didn't bother softening it either. He said the mobilization was nationwide, and he put almost 200,000 people into motion. The shift was immediate. Army units moved first, then the Air Force, then the naval groups. The riverine crews have pulled into position. Missile batteries have come online. Police and militia have folded into the structure without hesitation. Civilian units have followed. They track the hardware sitting offshore. A supercarrier doesn't arrive by accident, after all, does it? And it does rather stick out somewhat. Venezuela treated it for what it was, and the posture's changed. The exercise is stretched across the entire map. Everything that could move has been moving now. Everything that could fire has been readying itself. Venezuela is not a country running a drill right now. It's preparing for an attack it now considered not just possible, but likely. And the structure in Venezuela was able to shift fast, too. Maduro signed the new defense command law and didn't leave any space for interpretation in it. The state folded itself into a single chain. Ministries, regions, local bodies, everything pulled into one defense layout now. Military units slotted straight into it. Police and militia were already there. The civilian bodies moved along with them. There's no settling in period. The commands went live the moment the ink dried. and the drills followed. They weren't parades. They moved weapons across the map. They tested how fast a system that size could respond if the threat on the water became real. The pattern looked nothing like routine maneuver. It looked like a country preparing for an attack it now considered more than possible. The timeline holds its own shape as well. The US missile strike started in September. Civilian deaths rose. Colombia shut down intelligence sharing. The United States parked its largest carrier in the Caribbean. Venezuela has put 200,000 people on readiness. Questions over legality have rolled in from the E7 aimed at the US. Each move stacked cleanly on the last. And then Washington tried to reset the story, didn't it? Because of course they did. A new operation, a new name. Let's give it a new name, and then everything else will go away and just fold under it, won't it? Let's call it Southern Spear. The language was all force and urgency. The detail was absolutely nowhere, though. No rules, no parameters, no distinction from the earlier operation carrying the same name. There's not even much imagination involved in this. Washington tried to sound decisive, but the message came out completely unfinished because there's no detail anywhere. The presence of the carrier does all the talking. The US narrative, what there is of it, didn't hold under the weight of the numbers. They said narco-terrorists, the dead were civilians. They said enforcement, but the boats were unarmed. They said stability. Colombia called it murder. The bodies matched the outrage. The outrage created the rupture. The rupture cut the structure the US had relied on for decades of control across Latin America. The Monroe Doctrine and all of that. Well, cooperation has gone. Intelligence has dried up. The whole idea of a shared mission snapped once Colombia walked away. The region adjusted in one direction. Colombia treated the strikes as unlawful. Venezuela treats the carrier as hostile, which it absolutely is. I don't think anyone can argue that point. But no one in the neighborhood took Washington's line at face value. No one's pretending the missiles were policing. The United States escalated with force and with slogans because there wasn't much to their Southern Spear doctrine at all. The region answered with distance and preparation. The paperwork trailed the consequences. You could trace the sequence without needing interpretation. The US said counter drugs. The region counted bodies. The US said narco-terror. The region saw wrecked fishing boats. The gap didn't close. It just widened. The scale of the Venezuelan mobilization, though, is telling its own story now. 200,000 personnel already ready. Different branches moving at the same time in sequence with each other. Ground forces shifting position, air units repositioning, naval groups aligning, riverine teams pulling into place, missile systems activated, police and militia woven into that same structure along with civilian units following, drills running already across the country, weapons moved, systems tested, timelines tightened. This isn't a symbolic response at all. This is a country acting on the assumption that the United States is going to take the next step. The carrier's arrival lines up with that assumption. You don't shift that much in military assets for no reason. And they're not going to be chasing fishing boats, are they? The strike's lined up with it too. Nothing in the sequence requires any imagination here. Washington is trying to take back control of the storyline with this Operation Southern Spear. The wording aims for sharp edges. The detail undercuts it, though. They reused the name from an earlier operation. They offer nothing clearer than a slogan about removing enemies from the hemisphere. It fell in the middle of a regional backlash that was already underway, that people are already very, very suspicious of, and mostly believe is all about the oil yet again. Colombia has, as a result, severed ties. Venezuela is already now in full mobilization. Legality questions are now piling up. Southern Spear looks like a performance to cover a policy that has lost traction before it even got underway. The United States just pushed for compliance, and it met resistance instead. The missiles hit boats. The carrier moved into the Caribbean. The region watched the outcomes, not the claims. The US kept operating without releasing any verification or evidence of its justification for doing what it's doing. The governments moved according to what they could see, not what they were told. Colombia's suspension changed the intelligence balance. Venezuela's mobilization changed the military picture. Washington called itself the defender of the hemisphere, but the hemisphere treated Washington as the threat itself, because it is. The meaning sits outside the order of events. And the long-term consequences don't need much prediction either, do they? They sit inside the actions already taken. A US operation killing civilians, Colombia cutting ties, the United States escalating further offshore, Venezuela restructuring its defense architecture, Washington announcing a mission with no parameters, the region questioning the legality of that all, every actor responding with decisions, not statements. The old US-led arrangements depended on consent, though, didn't they? The sequence has erased any of that consent. Washington talked about the hemisphere as its own neighborhood, but the neighbors don't accept that title. They see only coercion here. They see the bodies of their countrymen. They saw carrier off their shores. They acted on what they saw. The United States keep the operation running regardless, whatever justification they can cling to now. But all the operation has actually produced is backlash. The backlash is producing bigger and bigger fractures, and the fractures have produced mobilization across Venezuela now. The mobilization produces a new balance to this situation. The figures land without help. 75 civilians dead, a Colombian fisherman amongst them. Intelligence ties shut, a supercarrier offshore, 200,000 Venezuelan personnel moving, new defense commands active, countrywide drills, Southern Spear without consent, legality contested, regional trust gone, no inferences needed to understand this pattern further. Washington simply call it a mission, though. The region call it violence, which is more like what it is. The gap between those words shapes what follows. Washington tries to set the frame, the region tears it down. The water held all the evidence, though, and the events held all of the meaning. Washington can escalate. The region will prepare, and they have prepared. Washington expected obedience instead of that. But what the region is preparing to deliver is consequences. And then, of course, there's Russia in this picture too, isn't there? Already supplying Venezuela with ordnance, as they do. They've now promised hypersonics if the US do actually strike. It's turning into a game of chicken here right now, isn't it? But there can be no possible winners in a war zone. Get all the details of that particular part of this story here. Please do also hit like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as to ensure you
ship. The aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford is now in the waters close to Venezuela, and the world wonders, is something about to happen? Based on what we're told is happening, what the alleged reason for all of this combat power in there doesn't really pass the sniff test, doesn't seem very logical to me, and I have a lot of worries about this. I don't think I'm the only one. And to try and help us unpack some of this and try to figure out what in the world is going on, we have the amazing Alexander Mercurius, co-host of the Durand YouTube channel, and a great friend of the show. Alexander, always a delight to have you here.
And always a pleasure to be here, Daniel.
Well, listen, let's just jump right into it here. You know, this has been something talking about for a while. The Gerald Ford was announced quite some time ago, and it takes a bit of time to steam across the world and get to the waters here. But now here we are. And this is on top of the military buildup that was already somewhere around 14% of the U.S. military naval fleet already. And we have at least a couple of different amphibious assault groups, some Marines, some destroyers, missile carriers, and now here's the Gerald R. Ford. Just kind of, first of all, I'm just kind of, especially as a Briton, what do you think from looking at this from the other side of the pond?
Well, to me, this looks like a preparation for some kind of military attack on Venezuela. And that isn't just my view. I would say that's pretty much the universal view here in Britain. The president, the US government, is speaking about this being as part of some kind of anti-drugs operation, anti-drug smuggling operation in the Caribbean. And there is a lot of that in the Caribbean. But you do not use a US Navy carrier, the most powerful warship, surface warship in the world. You do not deploy 14% of the world's most powerful navy to start dealing with drug smugglers. I mean, it isn't even efficient. There are far more efficient ways of dealing with that than deploying US naval forces. And it's well known that the United States, or at least this particular president and members of his administration, don't like the setup in Venezuela. Many people in Europe would agree with that, by the way. Many people in Britain do. But to us in Britain, this looks like preparation for some kind of strike against Venezuela. I think that is the overwhelming consensus
here. And it's, you know, it's tough to find a rational reason why. Because, look, we obviously during Trump's first term, for those who may not know, there was a really ham-fisted attempt to facilitate a coup with, at that time, one of their parliamentary leaders, Juan Guaido, who claimed that he was the legitimate president of Venezuela, despite the fact that Maduro was sitting in the position of the president. Lots of protests inside the country, and we just completely and utterly failed. It was a humiliation about how far we tried to go, but we didn't use military power then. And then one gets a feeling that maybe the current administration and the current batch in the Trump administration is saying, well, that was our fatal mistake last time. We're not going to repeat that again. And we've had people like Lindsey Graham have come out and just emphatically said, yeah, we need a regime change here. That's what we're all about. Senator Scott, another U.S. senator, has said, yeah, he's got to go. So when you hear all these statements by senior administration officials, especially those like Lindsey Graham, who are very close to the president, one has to wonder, is that where we're going now? And it just, what puzzles me, though, and I'd like your observations on this, what is the objective here? What do you want to accomplish? I mean, is it as simple, do you think, as there's a lot of oil in Venezuela?
Well, I think that has partly, that's part of it, and probably a big part of it, because Venezuela does indeed have a lot of oil, and Venezuelan oil has been an important part of US economic history. Many people don't know, for example, that Venezuela provided a lot of the oil that was used by the Allies to fight and win the Second World War. So it goes back that far. I don't think it's just oil. I think at one level, I suspect there is a degree of unfinished business, exactly as you said, that the Venezuelan government survived previous attempts at destabilization. There's probably also a degree of personal animus on the part of this president and some of his people towards a person who they see as a Latin American socialist. And I think that probably plays into some of the feelings that some people in the administration have about socialists and people like that disrupting things as they see it in Latin America. I have to say, I think also there are two other things. Firstly, this president and some of the people around him perhaps feel that this is going to be an easy win, and that the president who's running into various political problems might need that. I think that's a small thing, but there may be some of that there. And I think the overarching geopolitical one is that there's a sense that China is there on the horizon. Russia is too. They're starting to make inroads in Latin America. Latin America is part of the Western Hemisphere. There is talk at the moment of focusing on the defense of the Western Hemisphere. So you do not want a large country in Latin America with large oil reserves and a socialist government that might perhaps one day align itself too closely with China and with the BRICS states. And I think that's probably the single most important factor.
And I mean, yeah, I mean, we certainly don't want to worry about trying, I don't know, diplomacy. We don't want to try and worry about giving them a reason to want to stay in our orbit. I mean, if that was the reason, then the least expensive and the most effective means would have been to accept Maduro's offer just a few weeks ago, when he literally laid it out on a golden platter and said, basically, you can take my oil wealth and stuff. It appeared to me, tell me what you think, that Maduro was basically saying, I want to stay in power, and I'm cool if you want to take some of our oil, just don't take me out with it. We'll just give you some of it, and we'll just call it a day. How did you see that dynamic?
Well, that's exactly what the offer apparently was, and it was negotiated on behalf of the administration by Rick Grenell, who has been previously a friend and close to the president, and I believe has acted as acting Director of National Intelligence in the previous the president's first term. So yes, there was a good deal there to be made. And I'm going to say something else. I think that one of the reasons why, in spite of the many challenges that have been faced by this current government in Venezuela, why it has been able to see off all of these challenges is precisely because it's been able to play up the story that the United States is out to get it, and that provides a certain rally around the government feeling in Venezuela. And after all, there's been a long history, as if we all know, of US involvement in Latin America, and there's all sorts of issues that play around that. But absolutely, diplomacy, negotiation, economic engagement, more likely than not, this is my view, sanctions have been lifted. If the United States had gone in, if Chevron had been able to develop the oil industry, over time, the government of Venezuela, the regime, if you prefer to call it that, would have started to change its policies and its direction. And who knows, maybe it would have quietly melted away, in the course of time as Venezuela itself changed. Instead, we have this situation.
Well, yeah, and let's just for the moment agree, and I do, that there is a lot of the reasons you just mentioned about the geostrategic issues and who we don't want around in there, et cetera, and what we do want for the United States. So all that was on the table then. And this was puzzling to me. And I'm having a hard time coming up with the rational explanation for this. If those things were the ultimate objectives, then it seems like when Maduro made that offer, then Trump would have accepted it. But instead, watch the reaction he had when addressed with that in the Oval Office.
Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States.
Okay, well, pretty coarse language, and he kind of got aggravated about it. Why wouldn't he have said, yeah, that's a great idea, we're going to go ahead and move down that? Instead, it's like he said, it seemed that it made him annoyed that Maduro was trying to find a diplomatic way out, and instead he continues to build up the combat power. How do you interpret that?
Well, we come back. I mean, we come back to the point that I think there is an element of personal animus on the president's part. He doesn't like that this man Maduro withstood this previous attempt to remove him. He finds that annoying in some way, and I think he also believes that he's perhaps going to get an easy win here. That probably Maduro isn't very popular in Venezuela, that his regime is fragile, that his military is fragile too. So probably the president believes that if he takes this military action, it will be relatively straightforward. He'll obviously get the oil, he'll keep the Chinese out, and at the same time, he will look a winner. I think this is extraordinarily bad thinking. And by the way, I think the geopolitical thinking is utterly wrong as well. I think absolutely as you do, that doing a deal with the current government in Venezuela would have been a far more intelligent and effective way of countering Chinese influence, if that is indeed your objective. But I think that there is that element of personal animus and that sense of, vanity, maybe that desire, maybe let's not say vanity, that desire to achieve a quick win.
Yeah, and that is probably why there's all this combat power. In fact, the Wall Street Journal was kind of pointing out the obvious, where they're talking about you're sending all this power down there, and this is in yesterday's Wall Street Journal. It says, but the arrival of the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group with several destroyers equipped with Tomahawk missiles will boost the U.S. military capacity to attack targets in the country, including Venezuela's air defenses. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell said the carrier strike group will, quote, enhance and augment existing capabilities to disrupt narcotic trafficking and degrade and dismantle transnational criminal organizations, end quote. The strike group's firepower, however, goes beyond what is required to strike the small boats that the Trump administration says are being used to smuggle drugs. Listen, when people around the world hear that, whether it's in the UK or elsewhere in Europe or China or in Russia, and they hear these kinds of statements, oh yeah, this is to disrupt narcotics. I mean, come on, an aircraft carrier, nobody buys that. Why do we bother them saying things that are so self-evidently untrue? Why don't we just, I don't know, say what something is the truth? I guess you can't do that, right?
Well, presumably not, because that would then be straightforwardly illegal and it would be an act of aggression and all of those things, because Venezuela is no military threat to the United States at this time, and nobody anywhere thinks it is. So they come up with this very lame, very feeble excuse that President Maduro is somehow involved in drug trafficking, or more, to be more precise, that he is the head of some great drugs cartel, and that his government is essentially a drugs cartel. And this is all being packaged and presented in that way. I think there is another factor at play here, which is which I don't think played out perhaps as they hoped it would, but everybody around the world knows that there is this problem with Latin American drugs, cocaine trafficking. It's common in the United States. It's known that in many Latin American countries, the cartels are interconnected with governments in much of Latin America, or at least the government structures in much of Latin America. So I think there was perhaps a hope or a belief that some people in the United States and around the world who are genuinely upset about drugs and the illegal flow of drugs would be taken in by this and would, for that reason, at least give this operation the benefit of the doubt, or perhaps even their support. Well, that doesn't seem to have worked out. It was too transparent, and I don't think in the end people were persuaded by that argument at all.
Well, and look, I mean, you're taking a look at this map here that Gary's got up here. This is the location of the strikes that we've gotten so far, and the claim being that this is an counter narcotics operation, and these are drug boats and all this, and we have perfect intelligence, et cetera. But there has been a lot of claims that a lot of these boats aren't actually drug boats. As a matter of fact, Colombia has been just vociferously upset, saying that some of their people, fishermen, were killed. There's been some interviews with some of the surviving family members of some of these people who say they absolutely were not. And of course, you can claim, well, that's not true. They're just saying that now to try to cover over them. But let me ask you another question. Since you're an attorney by trade, is there any legal justification for the United States to go and kill all these people with effective summary execution because they're alleged to have been conducting drugs? Is there any legal basis for summarily killing all these people?
I don't think there's any at all. And I haven't heard anybody argue that there is. No, not convincingly. Nobody that I'm aware of believes that this is an acceptable way to go about things. I mean, there is drugs smuggling in the Caribbean, and there is, as we can see, in the Pacific. But that's a police matter, and it's dealt with by police agencies, the Coast Guard in the United States, other police agencies. You stop these boats, you arrest the people on them, you search them for drugs, you bring charges, you deal with that kind of problem in that sort of way. As I understand it, these are attacks on boats, speedboats. Mostly they're attacked without warning. To many people, it looks like it's murder on the high seas. And I should say that I understand that is a widespread view within the British Royal Navy. And a British Royal Navy officer, Tom Sharp, who writes regularly for the British media, I understand, has already said as much, that he himself is appalled that the United States Navy, with which he has worked closely and for which he has very high regard, is being used in this way.
Well, and as it turns out, it's apparently not just some people, in the UK. The UK itself has, at least it was reported yesterday, that the UK has suspended intelligence operations with the United States. Gary, I want to skip that one for the moment. And if you can go to even beyond that one, to that one. UK suspends some intelligence sharing with U.S. over boat strike concerns as a major break. This would seem to be a pretty big deal for the UK, to make a break with the U.S. on anything, because in fact, the UK is often derided as being a lapdog or a poodle to the United States, et cetera. But now here to break with this, that would seem to be a pretty big deal. How do you read this?
Yeah, it's a huge deal, and you're quite right. I mean, for the British government to do this, it shows that there is very, very serious concern, and I suspect some of that concern is coming from within the Navy and also from the police agencies here. And Britain also has problems with drugs, and we have drugs flowing from Latin America. And I think people in Britain, in the law enforcement agencies, actually are very unhappy that this serious issue is being hijacked and misused in this way, and these blatantly illegal steps of, as I said, killing people on the high seas without due process and without proper warning is taking place. For the Starmer government to take a step like this, it shows how big the concern in Whitehall and, by the way, in Parliament too, must be.
Now, you spoke about the illegality of it just in international law. It also pretty directly violates American law, both the U.S. Constitution and the 1973 War Powers Act, that doesn't allow you to just unilaterally attack into another country or on the high seas, as the case is here. And when asked recently about whether Trump should at least seek congressional authorization or a declaration of war against these so-called drug lords, et cetera, here's how he responded.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them.
So I'm not going to follow the rule of law. I'm not going to follow international law. I'm just going to kill them. Now, this is something that kind of transcends this whole issue to me, or at least encapsulates it. And you have the president of the United States literally saying to the world, anyone, our allies in the UK, our potential adversaries in Venezuela, the challengers maybe in Russia and China, I'm not bound by the rule of law. If I want to kill somebody, I'm going to kill them. Who's going to do anything about it? And so for is China, is Russia, is Britain? How do you see that?
Yeah, I find it absolutely shocking. I find it horrifying that the president of the United States, the leader of the world's most powerful democracy, the man who has sworn an oath to observe and abide by the Constitution, and who is responsible ultimately for the enforcement of law, should speak in this absolutely crude way and show an absolute disregard for law and for due process. I find it absolutely shocking. And can I just say, I mean, he accuses the government of Venezuela of being a criminal cartel, and he talks in this way himself. I mean, who is the criminal here? I mean, it's I don't like to ask that kind of question about the president of the United States, but in a sense, it asks itself.
Well, and look, I mean, even you and I sitting here talking this, I have a similar viewpoint. You're like, okay, well, you don't actually want to call the president of the United States a murderer and a criminal, though that is what the evidence certainly leads to. And yet the question, so UK has taken this action here, at least privately. Now, what was reported yesterday was that apparently UK did this pretty early in the process, but like over a month ago, and only now did it come out, which means that they wanted to do it quietly, if the reporting is correct. But the question I have of you is there anything the U.S. could do? And especially if the USS Gerald R. Ford and this military strike group out here starts literally taking lethal military action against the country of Venezuela with no pretext, just to kill the leader or drive him from power, which violates every law that there is in the international affair. Is there anything that the United States could do that would cause our allies in Great Britain or anywhere else to actually break with the United States on this issue? Or will it effectively be just a submission? What do you think?
I think they will. I think they will go along with it. I mean, I think one thing I would say is that the British government doesn't like President Maduro at all, and they will not shed many tears if he's overthrown. And it's not a great concern. Once upon a time, it was different. When President Reagan sent the U.S. military to overthrow the government of Grenada in 1983. With much more course, by the way, than what we're seeing now. The British Prime Minister of that time, Margaret Thatcher, was absolutely furious and said this is completely illegal, and complained about the fact that this was also a Commonwealth country which accepted the British Queen as its sovereign, and she complained to President Reagan about it. But I cannot imagine the British government going that far as to break with the United States over an issue like this. I think if you want to look for a negative reaction, my guess is the place to look would be Latin America itself. I think that the Latin American countries, even many of them that are friendly to the United States, will not like this. Some Latin American countries do not like President Maduro. It's known that President Lula of Brazil doesn't like President Maduro, for example. But they will not be happy about seeing the United States coming back and conducting armed interventions and overthrowing governments in Latin America, in South America, in this way. And I suspect not just governments, but many people in South America will feel the same way also.
What do you think this medium and possibly long-term implications could be for the West, not even just the United States? Let's just, even for the moment, let's just say that we don't launch military operations, but we just, all the things we've done, because we continue to do these things, there's no evidence we're going to stop killing people in these boats out there and just claiming that they're drug operations, and just ignoring whole cloth or the rule of law, just the concept of the rule of law. What does this do to us as a culture? And I'm talking the Western culture here, that we are now doing the very things blatantly and unapologetically out in the open that we used to roundly condemn others for doing, for killing people? Or can we just say, well, as long as it's just 75 or 76, I think is the current number of people that are killed. I don't know. They're not anybody I know. Maybe they're guilty. Not a big concern of mine. Sure, kill them all. What is the consequence to us if we continue to devalue human life like that and being okay with the violations of the rule of law?
I think they are profound, and I think they're long lasting. I know many people think otherwise, but I think if we get into the habit of just killing people, and it was the President of the United States who used the word kill. I mean, he didn't need to use that word, but he did. He chose that word. If we start doing that, if we throw away law and due process and all of the restraints that come with us, then I'm afraid we are coarsening our democracy, our democracies, our legal systems. We are undermining them, and we are discrediting them. And it's important to say this: I think there is a misunderstanding that many people have that you can behave badly overseas, you can do all of these things, you can overthrow governments, engage in violence, unconstrained violence in that sort of way. And that's for export, and it doesn't affect you at home. I profoundly disagree. I think in time it does. If you show no regard for law in relation to a country like Venezuela, then eventually you're going to start having a cynical view about law in your own country, and you're going to start to demoralize law and due process in your own country too. And given that there's already been challenges to due process in the United States, I think that's a very bad thing altogether.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask you. Is that not to a certain extent already happening? Yeah. I mean, we have the Trump administration who just violates laws left and right, who says things out loud and in the open that are just as self-evidently untrue as what they're saying here about sending the Gerald R. Ford to do counter drug missions and all that kind of stuff. the Supreme Court or other courts will make orders and tell things that, according to our law, should compel and constrain the administrative branch. But they say, yeah, we don't agree with that. We don't like it. We're going to do whatever we want. There's every evidence in the world that both the Biden administration before and now the Trump administration is using the instruments of law to go after their political opponents here, and that the rule of law in many cases are already starting to not apply. They're just ignoring it whole cloth. For example, this may seem small, Alexander, but to me, it's just another chink in the red. During this shutdown that we currently had here, there are laws in the way the Congress allocates money that says if we allocate money for certain things, especially like say within the Department of Defense, it has to go for that purpose. You can't get the money and then for the budget and then on your own just say, yeah, but I'd rather actually spend it over here, so we're going to move it. There's a law against that. So you can't just move money around. But then we said, okay, because it's politically inconvenient to have this shutdown and not pay our armed forces, which was one of the consequences of that, we just said, you know what? We're going to move it over here. And when the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, was asked about that, he literally laughed at the reporter who asked the question and said, are you really going to make that argument that we're going to just worry about what the law says and we're going to bring a court case or something just because we're going to pay the military? And of course, they back down, the Democrats back down, et cetera. They've now done more of that. Now they've moved it from even more disparate locations to pay armed forces and military, law enforcement and the military on the last payday. No one says a thing about it. So you keep shredding the law in little ways here. And that's not that little, actually, but it basically says, hey, whether it's international law or domestic law, we're going to do whatever we think, whatever we can politically get away with. Where does it end?
Well, it is absolutely disastrous. Firstly, it is disastrous because what it means is that Congress no longer has control over the budget, because the Congress passes a budget, allocates funds for various purposes, but the president then makes all kinds of completely arbitrary decisions, deciding how he's going to spend that money, and he goes against the will of Congress in doing that. So we really are then in a situation of, if you like, the imperial presidency or something of that kind. There is a bigger issue, which is, what is the United States? The United States is a republic, a system based on law, founded on the Constitution. That, in my opinion, is the source of America's greatness. It is what lies at the root of what the United States is. If you have a government in the United States that no longer takes heed of that, that goes against the Constitution, which gives Congress the power to pass budgets and things of that kind, then you are moving away from what the United States is, and you making it into something else far worse. You are moving away from the Republic and from the Constitution, and you're moving into something very dark and very different, which absolutely, as somebody who actually has a great admiration for the United States, I absolutely do not want to see.
And what do you say to people who would go, Davis, look, you guys are just over exaggerating here. That's a dumb law anyway. They shouldn't have it. I don't think it's a good one. He should be able to do what he wants with his own money. What do you say to people like that? They say, well, yeah, but it helps. It functions here. He wanted to do something. We got our military paid. So, I mean, if that's the price we had to pay, it's kind of a small one. I mean, we got to pay them. What do you say to those kind of arguments?
Well, it's not his money. It's the taxpayers' money, which the taxpayers elect Congress to decide how it should be spent. Obviously, the president can come to Congress and present a budget, but they have to agree. If you agree to this kind of thing, you are disempowering yourself, because you are no longer in a position to hold the president and the executive to account for what it does as a U.S. taxpayer and a U.S. citizen.
And of course, and I would add to that there are ways to get things done. There were legal pathways to get the government, the military paid. get the government back open. So you could have done the harder work and still had the same outcome by following the rule of law. So we are cutting corners because we don't want to do the hard work. What I worry about is that gone far enough that people get too comfortable with saying that these laws are okay for them to file because I'm okay with this. I like this outcome. Mm-hmm. But how often have you seen it in history where a certain group are comfortable with their guy violating certain laws and going down and shredding the balance of power, and then all of a sudden things shift, and now all of a sudden the next time they're not in a position of power and someone else comes up and uses those same proclivities, but in ways they don't like, and now what do you do? I mean, where does it end?
Well, that's exactly. I mean, it's happened many times in history. I mean, I don't want to start picking our presidents, but we can all name them. I mean, I saw a television film based on events in Germany, for example, in the late 1920s and early 1930s. And there was a culminating moment when there was a court case involving people who were being prosecuted for a specific crime. And the person who was defending them, the lawyer who was defending them, suddenly realized that nothing was happening in the way that it should. And that, the judge had already made decisions, that he was taking papers that he shouldn't be receiving from all sorts of people from outside, that he was consulting outside, not talking to people in the courtroom. We know exactly where that led. And you can find that in many cases. If I can give another example, the Roman Republic, that's where we get the word republic from, it collapsed again because people in the Republic didn't observe its constitution and its laws. And it became an empire, which is an arbitrary dictatorship. And if you know anything about Roman history, you know exactly what that was all about and how that ended. So these are not good things. If you believe in democracy and freedom, then you must believe in the Constitution, in the rule of law, in due process, because without those things, you're in a world of arbitrary and ultimately tyrannical government. The founders of the United States knew that extremely well. Just go to the Federalist Papers and you will find it all there.
Yeah, I have read a lot of those and do view this with great concern and trepidation, as it were. And all we can do is do what we're doing now, is shining a light on the reality and the truth of this, and giving warnings that even what may seem good for you today, violating the law, won't end up that way. And it has bad habits of going really dark later on. But all we can do is be unintimidated and uncompromised to bring the truth, no matter what it is. And we are very grateful for you coming on to doing that exact same thing today. And we really appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you.
And always a pleasure to have you on. And we actually have another show. We got 2 more shows coming up I don't know if you've heard, but there's in some
waging war against Venezuela. This is not a hypothetical. The question is not if the U.S. government is going to wage war against Venezuela. It already is. The U.S. military has bombed numerous boats surrounding Venezuela, killing dozens of people. Trump has publicly admitted that he ordered the CIA to attack Venezuela. And the U.S. military has 10,000 troops preparing to further escalate. The real question is, what is Donald Trump's plan? Is he going to send planes to directly bomb Venezuela in its territory? Is he going to send U.S. Special Operations Forces and CIA teams to try to assassinate President Nicolás Maduro? Today, I'm going to be looking at the evidence showing what Donald Trump's true plans are for Venezuela. And I'm going to start by pointing out that Trump hasn't really hidden the fact that he wants to steal Venezuela's oil. Back in 2023, Trump boasted that in his first term as president, he came very close to overthrowing Venezuela's government and he boasted that the U.S. would have taken over Venezuela and stolen its oil.
Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
Now, it's no secret that Venezuela has the largest known oil reserves in the world. And this is a big reason why, during his first term as U.S. president, Trump launched another coup attempt back in 2019 when he appointed a little-known right-wing opposition politician named Juan Guaido as the so-called interim president of Venezuela, despite the fact that Guaido had never participated in a presidential election. So this has nothing to do with democracy. That may be the rhetoric that some people in Washington use, claiming they want to restore democracy in Venezuela, but they actually don't care about democracy at all. The US government has supported the worst dictatorships in Latin America. Like in Chile in 1973, the CIA overthrew Chile's democratically elected socialist president, Salvador Allende, and installed in power one of the bloodiest, most repressive dictatorships in the history of Latin America, led by the far-right general Augusto Pinochet. And this is exactly what the US government wants to do in Venezuela today. And it's not just oil that Venezuela has. This is a country that is very rich in natural resources, including natural gas and gold and other critical minerals, including rare earths, which is something that the Trump administration is obsessed with getting access to, especially because China dominates the global supply chain for rare earths. So what we're seeing from the Trump administration is blatant imperialism. In fact, the Wall Street Journal reported, citing Trump administration officials, that they are proudly referring to the new policy as the Don Roe Doctrine in reference to the 202-year-old colonial Monroe Doctrine revised for the 21st century. This is blatant colonialism. The U.S. empire is trying to take over all of Latin America to exploit the region. But today I want to focus specifically on explaining what the Trump administration's strategy is for war on Venezuela, because Trump has been engaged in a psychological operation and a psychological war where at one moment Trump says, oh, we're not going to go to war with Venezuela. But then literally minutes later, Trump says that President Maduro's days are numbered and that he's going to overthrow the Venezuelan leader.
There have been at least 8 boats in the Caribbean destroyed by the U.S. military.
Fortunately.
And now the USS Gerald Ford, that is the world's largest aircraft carrier, on the way to the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to war against Venezuela?
I doubt it. I don't think so, but they've been treating us very badly.
On Venezuela in particular, are Maduro's days as president numbered?
I would say, yeah. I think so, yeah.
And this issue of potential land strikes in Venezuela, is that true?
I don't tell you that. I mean, I'm not saying it's true or untrue, but I wouldn't.
Why would
I
we
wouldn't
do
be
it?
inclined to say that I would do that, but because I don't talk to a reporter about whether or not I'm going to strike. I'm not going to. You're a wonderful reporter. You're very talented, but I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do with Venezuela if I was going to do it or if I wasn't going to do it.
Why do we need an aircraft carrier and strike group?
It's got to be somewhere.
Okay.
It's a big one.
So this is part of this contradictory psychological war where Trump says something and then completely undermines that a second later, which tries to keep the Venezuelan government on its toes in fear, constantly awaiting the next U.S. escalation. And this strategy was spelled out very clearly in an article published in the New York Times titled "Trump Weighs Options and Risks for Attacks on Venezuela." This report is based on interviews with numerous U.S. government officials, and they reveal that the Trump administration has several different plans for military attacks on Venezuela, which include direct attacks in Venezuelan territory by U.S. forces to either assassinate or kidnap President Maduro. And another option is for the U.S. military to seize control of Venezuela's oil fields. So when I say that the U.S. plan is potentially to steal Venezuela's oil, I'm not in any way being hyperbolic. The New York Times is reporting this. The newspaper added that the Trump administration's Justice Department is trying to provide so-called legal justification for what is obviously an illegal war of aggression to kill the foreign leader of an internationally recognized sovereign government. So what the US government is trying to do is to claim that supposedly Maduro is not a constitutional president, but rather he is the leader of a so-called drug cartel called the Cartel de los Soles, or the Suns Cartel. Now, this supposed organization does not exist. It was literally created by the US government. It is fake. There's no such thing as the Cartel de los Soles. You don't need to just believe me. Even CNN, the mainstream US media outlet, admitted that the Cartel de los Soles does not exist. It interviewed a researcher with the International Crisis Group, Phil Gunson, who has lived in Venezuela for many years, and he admitted, quote, Cartel de los Soles per se does not exist. It's a journalistic expression created to refer to the involvement of Venezuelan authorities in drug trafficking, end quote. By the way, the International Crisis Group, whose advisor admitted that this cartel does not exist, is as mainstream as Western organizations get. This is funded by numerous Western governments. So now that I've established with very mainstream sources that this so-called drug cartel does not exist, this is part of the cynical strategy by the US government to justify an illegal war of aggression. I'm going to go back to this report in the New York Times that details the Trump administration's plans for war in Venezuela. This report notes that in the Trump administration, two of the top officials who are overseeing this war are Marco Rubio, who is the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor, making him the second most powerful person in the US government after Trump himself. And the other person helping to oversee this war in Venezuela is Stephen Miller, who is the far-right Homeland Security Advisor and Deputy Chief of Staff for the Trump administration. According to the New York Times, they are pushing to overthrow Maduro using violence. And this brings us to the U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean, threatening war in Venezuela. This is the biggest military buildup in the region in many decades. The New York Times noted that there are around 10,000 U.S. military personnel in the Caribbean, roughly half on warships and half on U.S. bases in colonized Puerto Rico. And the U.S. Air Force has been flying B-52 and B-1 bombers from bases in the U.S. to fly missions off of the coast of Venezuela to threaten to bomb Venezuela, which could happen any day now. And the U.S. Army's elite Special Operations Forces are carrying out training exercises off of the Venezuelan coast, preparing to invade Venezuela. The New York Times also admitted that this is part of a psychological pressure campaign on the Venezuelan government, which is why in 1 minute Trump claims there's not going to be a war. And then the next minute he says, yeah, we're thinking of launching airstrikes on Venezuela in its territory. And this is why Trump publicly admitted that he has allowed the CIA to conduct covert operations in Venezuela. Usually, U.S. presidents don't publicly admit that, but Trump is saying, yeah, they have lethal authority to go in and kill President Maduro. The New York Times emphasized this, that one of the options is the CIA will go in and seize the Venezuelan leader, which is kidnapping or just straight up assassination and terrorism in violation of international law, targeting the leader of a foreign sovereign country that, again, is internationally recognized and sitting at the UN. However, the New York Times pointed out that this is not new. The U.S. has tried to overthrow the Venezuelan government for over 20 years, and the past operations have failed, which is why now the White House is considering direct military action in Venezuela, and it has 3 different plans that are being considered. The first plan is for the U.S. Air Force to carry out airstrikes against military facilities in Venezuela. You know, shock and awe, like at the beginning of the invasion of Iraq, with the aim of collapsing the Venezuelan military and its support for Maduro. And then the U.S. government hopes that if Maduro feels he's no longer being protected by the Venezuelan military, he could flee and the U.S. could try to kidnap him. Then there's the second option, which is for the U.S. military to send in special operations forces to try to capture or kill Maduro. That's what the New York Times reported, to capture or kill the Venezuelan president. And then the third option is for the U.S. military to send forces to seize control of airfields and Venezuela's oil fields and infrastructure, to steal Venezuela's oil, to starve the government of revenue, and to wage a war to overthrow the Venezuelan government. Now, these three options that were laid out are based on interviews with U.S. government officials that the New York Times conducted. The newspaper also emphasized that, quote, Trump is deeply focused on Venezuela's enormous oil reserves, the largest in the world, end quote. And in particular, Trump wants the U.S. oil corporation Chevron to get access to Venezuela's natural resources. I'm reading here from the New York Times, quote, should Mr. Maduro's government fall and be replaced by a stable leadership open to improved relations with the United States, Chevron would be best positioned for what the Trump administration believes would be a boom in investment in the country's huge oil reserves, end quote. That's propaganda euphemism for the U.S. pillaging and stealing Venezuela's oil. So that was the U.S. war plan as reported by the New York Times. The Economist also published an article detailing how the Trump administration is changing its so-called America First policy, as in the USA First, and is now making it the Americas First, that is focusing on Latin America and trying to impose the hegemony of the U.S. empire across all of the Western Hemisphere. This is blatant imperialism. This is blatant colonialism. And this article in The Economist is titled, War Looms in Venezuela as Trump Tests an America's First Doctrine. This report acknowledges that the U.S. government's, quote, gunboat diplomacy revives a dark history of military intervention and coup-mongering in Latin America, end quote. The U.S. government has backed dozens of coups all across Latin America, and according to U.S. government data, the U.S. has militarily intervened in every single country in Latin America, excluding the French colony of French Guiana. And The Economist emphasized that one of the reasons that the U.S. government is targeting Venezuela for regime change is not only because of its large natural resources, but also because Iran, Russia, and China are close allies of Venezuela. And as part of this new Cold War II, and this new colonialist strategy in which the U.S. empire is trying to colonize all of Latin America, we see that the U.S. is trying to kick out China, Russia, and Iran, and telling countries in the region they're not allowed to have their own foreign policy, and they cannot have relations with China, Russia, and Iran. I'll talk much more about this specific issue later in the analysis today. But this report and The Economist acknowledged that what the Trump administration is doing here is bringing back the Bush-era war on terror, like the invasion of Iraq, on completely fake accusations that Iraq supposedly had weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. Today, the new lie, the new WMDs, is the false claim that Venezuela is run by drug cartels, which, as I showed earlier, is completely false. So Trump is combining the war on terror with the war on drugs. And The Economist cited a survey that was done by the polling firm YouGov that found that a plurality of people in the U.S. oppose Trump's war on Venezuela. The survey found that 47% of Americans oppose the U.S. military attacking land targets inside Venezuela. Only 19% of Americans support that, which is what Trump is talking about openly. And 1/3 of Americans were undecided. 68% of Democrats oppose that, and 46% of independents oppose that as well. Moreover, 55% of Americans, a slight majority, oppose a U.S. military invasion of Venezuela. Only 15% of Americans would support that, and 73% of Democrats are against it, and 55% of independents are against it. Finally, 46% of Americans oppose the U.S. military using force to overthrow Venezuela's President Maduro. Only 18% of Americans support this policy. 36% are not decided. 60% of Democrats oppose it. 48% of independents oppose it. So there's a clear pattern here this U.S. war is not popular. But the U.S. government is not a democracy. It's an oligarchy. We've seen that very clearly. Trump has filled his administrations with billionaire oligarchs, and the president is constantly appearing at events surrounded by billionaire oligarchs from Silicon Valley and Wall Street. He even invited the world's richest billionaires to his inauguration to sit with his cabinet members like Marco Rubio, who is overseeing this war on Venezuela. And Marco Rubio is working very closely with far-right opposition forces inside Venezuela, especially Maria Corina Machado, who is a far-right Venezuelan coup leader who has been funded by the U.S. government for over 20 years. In fact, in 2005, Machado was invited to the White House for a private meeting with then U.S. President George W. Bush. Of course, this was right after he invaded Iraq in an illegal war of aggression. So Trump is borrowing from the same Bush-era playbook, bringing back the fake war on drugs, bringing back the fake war on terror, and launching another war of aggression, just like Bush did, using the same U.S. government-funded puppets, like Maria Corina Machado. And if the Trump administration can succeed in overthrowing the Venezuelan government, their plan is to impose the right-wing opposition politician Edmundo Gonzalez as the so-called president of Venezuela, and Maria Corina Machado would almost certainly be the vice president. The U.S. government claimed that supposedly Edmundo Gonzalez won the last election in Venezuela, citing organizations funded by the U.S. government and citing Machado herself, and she's the real power behind the throne of Gonzalez. She would be the de facto leader of Venezuela if Trump can succeed in overthrowing Maduro. And this is a major reason why Marco Rubio lobbied the Nobel Committee very hard in order to give the so-called Nobel Peace Prize to this far-right Venezuelan coup plotter, Maria Corina Machado, who is collaborating with the U.S. government to wage war on her country. Marco Rubio and several other U.S. government officials sent a letter to the Nobel Committee, and they lobbied the committee to give the Nobel Peace Prize to Machado. This was not an organic decision made by the Nobel Committee. And this so-called Nobel Peace Prize winner has openly supported the U.S. government's attacks on her country. Machado is a close friend and ally of Marco Rubio. She staunchly supports Donald Trump and is constantly praising him. And she has openly called for the U.S. military to continue launching attacks on her country. This is how you win the so-called Nobel Peace Prize, for supporting U.S. wars. It's a complete joke of an award. This is why U.S. war criminals like Henry Kissinger and Barack Obama were given the fake Peace Prize. It is completely politically motivated, and it's being used to justify another war. And Maria Corina Machado has openly admitted that if the U.S. can help put her in power, she wants to privatize Venezuela's oil and other natural resources and sell them off to U.S. corporations. She boasted about this in an interview with Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., on his show on Rumble. Machado proudly said that U.S. corporations will make a lot of money off of Venezuela.
Forget about Saudi Arabia. Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have more oil. I mean, infinite potential. And we're going to open markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We are going to privatize all our industries. Venezuela has huge resources: oil, gas, minerals, land, technology. And as you said before, we have a strategic location, hours from the United States. So we're going to do this right. We know what we have to do. And American companies are in, super strategic position to invest. This country, Venezuela, is going to be the brightest opportunity for investment of American companies, of good people that are going to make a lot of money.
Maria Corina Machado made very similar comments this November when she was invited to speak at the America Business Forum hosted in Miami, Florida, which is the base of far-right coup plotting forces all across Latin America. And it's not a coincidence that Machado was invited to speak at this forum and to call for regime change in Venezuela right before Donald Trump himself spoke at the same forum. So even though she was not physically present because she was speaking on Zoom from inside Venezuela, from her hideout, but symbolically, she was speaking right before Donald Trump, making it clear as day to everyone that this is a complete U.S. puppet. And at this event, the America Business Forum, you know, full of U.S. corporate executives, Machado was interviewed by Francis Suarez, who is the mayor of Miami, Florida. And in this interview, they talked about how they're good friends. In fact, the Miami mayor revealed that he had a phone call with Machado before this interview, and she invited him to visit Venezuela after the U.S. government helps her overthrow Maduro. And the Miami mayor said, "I look forward to visiting you in the presidential palace," making it clear that the U.S. government strategy is to put this U.S. puppet in power in Caracas. Listen to this clip here.
We spoke yesterday on the phone, and you invited me to a free Venezuela, and I look forward to that day where I can go with my wife, who's in the audience, to visit you in the presidential palace one day.
Now, in that same interview, Machado boasted that she has been supported by numerous U.S. government officials. She heaped praise on Donald Trump, and she congratulated Trump for waging war in Venezuela and called for more. She also heroized Marco Rubio, her close personal friend, and she thanked Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Florida Senator Rick Scott, and she offered her gratitude to several members of the U.S. House of Representatives for helping her try to overthrow the Venezuelan government. Listen to this very revealing clip here.
And certainly, your leadership, your political leadership, you have been a great friend, Francis, of our cause. I am so grateful to you. I'm so grateful to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that has been, the champion of the cause of freedom and democracy in the Americas. I want to thank Governor DeSantis. I want to thank my friend, Senator Rick Scott, that has always trusted us, and now Senator Ashley Moody. And of course, I have to say, and I want to make a special mention to our three amigos, or three friends, Maria Elvira Salazar, Mario Diaz-Balart, and Carlos Jimenez, who have been so close and always supporting us.
At the America Business Forum, Maria Corina Machado also offered to sell off all of Venezuela's assets and resources to U.S. corporations. She boasted that she will carry out a massive privatization program, and she estimated that there are $1.7 trillion worth of oil and gas and gold and infrastructure and mining opportunities, and she wants U.S. corporations to buy up her country. She is offering Venezuela to U.S. corporations on a silver platter, on a golden platter. Listen here to these extremely revealing remarks.
And this is amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity, not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now has a 17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and tourism. Venezuela has 2,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will have security for foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you.
Now, in terms of foreign policy, Machado has made it clear as day that she wants Venezuela to be a total U.S. puppet regime. And in this interview, the Miami mayor asked Machado specifically about Venezuela's current close alliance with China, Russia, and Iran. And Machado made it clear that if the Trump administration can install her in power in Caracas, she would cut off relations with China, Russia, and Iran.
For those that may not know, can you explain the gravity of China, Russia, and Iran's incursion into Venezuela? How would you manage relations with these countries?
This is a critical issue that all Americans, all people in the Americas have to understand. Venezuela has been turned into the main bridgehead of the adversaries of the United States and its criminal networks and enemies that support them. So now Venezuela has turned, our territory, our resources, our institutions have been taken by, they're being captured by these actors, these criminal actors. In the case of Iran, Iran has turned Venezuela into its satellite, operating from the heart of the Americas. In the case of Russia, Russia has armed Venezuela. Russia has helped in intelligence, espionage, and technology. And they have agents currently operating in our country. And finally, in the case of China, I don't know if you guys are aware, but Venezuela has turned to be the first in China's history receiver of loans. The largest loan portfolio China has had in its history is Venezuela. We have to understand that now Iranian, Russian, and Chinese have operations in Venezuela, military, intelligence, and technology, only 3 hours away from Florida. And a transition to democracy will certainly dismantle this and turn Venezuela into the strongest security ally of the United States and Western democracies in the region.
And another key point that Machado repeatedly emphasized in this interview is that if the Trump administration can help her overthrow the Venezuelan government, their goal would then be to use Venezuela as a forward operating base for the U.S. empire to overthrow the independent left-wing governments in Cuba and Nicaragua. So this is the strategy of the U.S. empire to overthrow all of the independent governments in Latin America and to basically colonize the entire region. Machado boasted about this to huge applause at the America Business Forum in Miami, Florida, the epicenter of the far right all across the Americas.
So this is a unique moment that has brought our country together and that has boosted our final steps toward freedom that will be the freedom of Cuba and Nicaragua as well.
Yeah.
And please listen to this. Our cause, the Venezuelan cause, is also the Cuban cause and the Nicaraguan cause. Liberating Venezuela will mean that Cuba and Nicaragua will soon be free again. And for the first time in history, we will have the Americas free of communism.
Now, before I conclude here, I want to look at another interview that Maria Corina Machado did with Bloomberg, the major U.S. financial media outlet. And in this interview with the Bloomberg host, Michelle Hussein, Machado admitted once again that she wants to privatize Venezuela's oil and natural resources and sell it off to Western corporations.
We have in Venezuela the largest oil reserves, proven oil reserves in the world, the 8th reservoir of natural gas, huge potential in electricity, gold, critical minerals, and so on. This can only be unleashed with a society, with a government that brings order to this chaos, that open markets, that brings rule of law, that is friendly to international investment. And in a country that is producing less than 1 million barrels a day could reach 4, 5, or 6 in a decade.
Now, for the most part, this was a softball interview, like pretty much all of the media interviews with Machado. The journalists just praise her and talk about how great she is. But I was surprised to see that Michelle Hussein of Bloomberg pushed back a little bit against Machado. And she pointed out, okay, you want to privatize everything in Venezuela, but are you not concerned that this would create an oligarchy as you sell off all of Venezuela's assets? And Machado did not answer the question. She's a politician. She never directly answers many questions. She beats around the bush. And here her absurd answer, her non-answer is, we have a very diverse background of people supporting us, including people from the working class, which is completely false. But listen to her absurd response here.
Yeah, and I know your prescription, your economic prescription for Venezuela would be one of rapid privatization. And I have to wonder about the people who might be left behind in a big program of privatization, perhaps creating an oligarchy in Venezuela. How would you ensure that that doesn't happen?
That's a super important point, Michelle, because the base of our movement have been precisely the most humble and vulnerable sectors of society. It is impressive. You know, I was told when we started the movement.
Now, Maria Corina Machado's claim that supposedly the base of her movement are the most vulnerable and humble people of society is one of the most insane lies I've heard in a long time. It's just the exact opposite of reality. Machado is from some of the most powerful oligarch families in Venezuela. Her cousin, for instance, is from the Venezuelan oligarch family, the Neumanns. Vanessa Neumann is her cousin. She admitted this on Twitter. Now, who exactly is Vanessa Neumann? Again, she is the cousin of Maria Corina Machado, and she's from one of the wealthiest, most powerful oligarch families in Venezuela. And during the previous coup attempt in the first Trump administration, when the U.S. appointed this puppet Juan Guaido as the fake interim president of Venezuela, he appointed Vanessa Neumann as the so-called ambassador to the United Kingdom. Now, Neumann is the perfect symbol of the elite oligarch class in Venezuela who previously ruled the country before the Bolivarian Revolution initiated by Hugo Chavez. She published a book called Blood Profits, in which she boasted about her upbringing in the Venezuelan oligarchy. Now, Vanessa Neumann is a U.S. citizen. She has spent the vast majority of her life living outside of Venezuela. She admitted in her book that in 1982, she moved to the U.S., where she lived most of her life, also in Europe. But these are the oligarchs that the U.S. government wants to put in power. And in her book, Blood Profits, on page 2, she boasts about how she was a Caracas socialite, and she was featured in society pages, magazine covers, and even cinema newsreels. And she boasted that before she moved to the U.S., I'm reading here from her book, she said, middle-class Venezuelans. Now, this is something that rich people often do. Rich elite, they call themselves middle class. She is not middle class. She is the upper 1%, the 0.1% of Venezuelan society. She is part of the oligarchy. This is the cousin of Maria Corina Machado. And she boasted in this book that she wrote, this is how oblivious she is to class politics. She boasted that rich Venezuelans like her, quote, used to make fun of Americans as poor, and there were frequent shopping flights from Caracas to Miami, fly out in the morning, shop all day, return to Caracas at night, end quote. This is how rich the oligarchic elites in Venezuela were before Hugo Chavez took power in 1999 through democratic elections and launched the Bolivarian Revolution, and he nationalized the oil. These oligarchs in Venezuela previously used the oil in the country as their own personal piggy bank. They were the ones who profited from the oil. These oligarchs, like Vanessa Neumann and her family, again, she's the cousin of Maria Corina Machado. This is why they are so extreme. This is why they're so desperate to get back into power in Venezuela. She boasted in her book of Venezuelan families who were friends of hers who were linked to the Rockefellers. These are the oligarchs who want to take power in Venezuela. And Maria Corina Machado is not just the spokesperson for their movement. She's literally related to them. She comes from the same oligarchic families. Another example of these Venezuelan oligarchic families is the Halverson family. Now, obviously, Halverson sounds like the most Latino name ever, up there with Gutierrez and Fernandez and Rodriguez. No, I mean, obviously, I'm being sarcastic here. The Halverson family are descendants of Norwegian politicians and oligarchs who moved to Venezuela and became Latin American oligarchs. Like many of the oligarchic families in Venezuela, they are descendants of European and US oligarchic families and dynasties, and they're all inbred. It's very incestuous. And they're the ones who think that they should be ruling Venezuela, because before the Bolivarian Revolution, these were the oligarchs who ruled Venezuela on behalf of US corporations and European corporations. Now, in addition to Maria Corina Machado, who is the cousin of Vanessa Neumann, another major Venezuelan far-right opposition leader is Leopoldo Lopez, now living in Spain. Leopoldo Lopez is the cousin of the Halverson family. Again, one of the richest, most powerful oligarchic families in Venezuela. Leopoldo Lopez's cousin is Thor Halverson, a Venezuelan Norwegian who has the most Norwegian name in human history. And Thor Halverson is the president of a right-wing so-called human rights group called the Human Rights Foundation, the HRF, which is a neoconservative group based in the US that has been working to try to overthrow the Venezuelan government. These are the filthy rich elite oligarchs of European descent who want to take over Venezuela. They're also extremely racist against the majority of black and brown Venezuelans. They treat them like garbage. They attack them. I mean, they're extremely racist. These are the oligarchs who want to take over Venezuela and sell off all of the natural resources to U.S. corporations. And then, they'll take a small cut. They'll get their 5%, maybe 10% kickback, this small handful of Venezuelan oligarch families, while the vast majority of Venezuelans live in poverty and don't benefit from the oil reserves and other natural resources in Venezuela. That's their plan for taking over Venezuela. And this U.S. puppet, Maria Corina Machado, is proud of it. This is, again, why she boasted that U.S. corporations will make a lot of money from investing, in scare quotes, in Venezuela, which is another way of saying taking over Venezuela's natural resources. And in this interview that Machado did with Bloomberg, she was asked which U.S. government officials she's in touch with, and Machado admitted that she and other far-right Venezuelan opposition leaders are working closely with Marco Rubio and his team in the U.S. State Department and other officials in other Western governments and Latin American governments. This is not an organic grassroots group. These are the former oligarchic elites who ruled Venezuela for most of its history, who are conspiring with other Western governments and corporations to try to take over Venezuela to allow U.S. corporations to pillage its resources.
Who are you in touch with in the administration? Who are you having these conversations with most these days?
I will not get into those details, Michelle, for obvious reasons. I have to say and insist that I've been in contact not only with several officials in the U.S. government, but also in other countries, in Canada, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, and certainly Europe as well.
The Secretary of State who feels the most strongly about Venezuela. The Secretary of State feels the most strongly.
I certainly believe the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is one of the people in the administration that better understand the threats that are posed into Latin America and from our region towards the United States.
And are you in touch with him?
I have been in touch with him, of course, and with his team, and I have to say even further in Congress, on both aisles, in both parties, we have really good friends and champions of our cause.
Now, in this interview with Bloomberg, the journalist Michelle Hussein asked Maria Corina Machado, who won the so-called Nobel Peace Prize, if she supports Donald Trump's military attacks on Venezuela. And Machado, she never answers any question directly because she's a politician and she's been trained by, marketing experts to never answer these questions directly. But she said, yeah, she admitted that she supports the U.S. military's attacks on her country, the war on her country, in order to overthrow Maduro.
And this language you use, narco-terrorism, this is exactly the language that the Trump administration uses about Venezuela. And President Trump is saying, after the boat strikes, the land will be next. Do you support U.S. military strikes on the territory of Venezuela as part of what you call a process?
I believe that the increase in pressure and the escalation that's taking place is the only way to force Maduro to understand that it's time to go.
And then Bloomberg asked Machado if the fact that she was given the Nobel Peace Prize, thanks to lobbying by Marco Rubio, she was asked that if she thinks the Nobel Peace Prize is actually helping her in the U.S. government-backed operation to overthrow Venezuela's President Maduro. And she said yes. The so-called Nobel Peace Prize is helping the U.S. government to wage war on Venezuela to try to overthrow the Venezuelan government. Listen to this very frank admission here.
And what is the impact of getting the Peace Prize on that situation? Does it give you more protection because you have a higher international profile, or does it put you at more risk?
I think it certainly gives us a higher protection, not only me, but also my colleagues that are fighting around the country. Because, as you said, it brings the attention of the whole world to a just, noble, courageous fight. And at the same time, it creates more pressure on the regime.
So this is the crazy world we live in, where the so-called Nobel Peace Prize is being used as a tool to try to justify a neo-colonial war of aggression to overthrow the independent sovereign government of a foreign country, to install puppets funded by the U.S. government who openly admit, who boast at conferences with Donald Trump and the mayor of Miami that they want to privatize all of Venezuela's assets worth $1.7 trillion and hand them over to U.S. corporations to profit U.S. corporations. The Venezuelan people will not see any of the benefits, but a small handful of oligarchic families, including people like Maria Corina Machado and Vanessa Neumann and Leopoldo Lopez and Thor Halvorsen. These are the multimillionaire oligarchs who want to run Venezuela and hand over everything on a silver platter to Donald Trump and to U.S. corporations. This is the real goal of Donald Trump's war on Venezuela. You don't have to dig very much to find out what they're trying to do. I've spelled it all out here very clearly from mainstream sources in the mainstream U.S. media and from the mouth of Venezuelan opposition leaders themselves. On that note, I'm going to conclude.
Go figure. Follow me.